The Pacific War was not decided by a single battle, but by a continuous chain of advances, each one shifting the balance of power across the entire theater. The turning point came at Midway, when Japan lost its ability to maintain strategic initiative at sea. But Midway was not the end. It marked the beginning of a prolonged process of being pushed back, one step at a time, over the next 3 years. The operations that followed did not focus on isolated targets, but on dismantling the system itself. During Operation Hailstone, Japan's most critical logistical base was destroyed. At Eniwetok and Saipan, defensive lines were broken, opening the path for an island-hopping strategy and bringing long-range bombers within reach of the Japanese homeland. Forced to respond, Japan committed its remaining strength to a decisive engagement at Leyte Gulf, but instead of reversing the situation, it became the true end of the Imperial Japanese Navy. From that point on, the war was no longer a balanced contest, but an irreversible process of collapse. Fighting then spread into the cities. In Manila, the war expanded beyond military objectives, becoming an urban battlefield marked by extreme destruction. At the same time, Iwo Jima and Okinawa pushed the front line to its final threshold, where every advance came at an increasingly devastating cost. By then, the war had shifted into the sky. Tokyo became the target of large-scale bombing campaigns before everything ended in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, in a way the world had never witnessed before. This video will follow that entire progression, from the moment the balance began to shift at Midway, where Japan's momentum was broken, to the point where the war moved beyond the ocean, spread into the cities, and ended in a series of decisions marked by unprecedented destruction. In December 1941, Japan launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. The U.S. Pacific Fleet was crippled, multiple battleships were sunk, and more than 2,000 sailors were killed. After that blow, Japan rapidly expanded across Asia and the Pacific, seizing Singapore, the Philippines, Hong Kong, and even pushing into the Indian Ocean. Within 6 months, they seemed unstoppable. The 3 American aircraft carriers, Enterprise, Hornet, and Yorktown, were fortunate not to be present at Pearl Harbor on the day of the attack. They remained the only major force intact and quickly became Japan's prime target for elimination. The Imperial Navy devised a bold plan to seize Midway, a small atoll in the Central Pacific, more than 1,000 kilometers from Hawaii. They believed the United States would be forced to deploy all its carriers to defend Midway, and in doing so, walk into a trap. What Japan did not know was that the Americans had broken their naval code, JN-25. The entire Midway operation had been exposed. Admiral Chester Nimitz quietly positioned his 3 carriers to the east of the island, ready to ambush the Japanese fleet. In early June 1942, both sides moved into position. On one side stood 4 Japanese carriers, Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, and Hiru, the same warships that had terrorized the Pacific since Pearl Harbor. On the other side, the 3 remaining American carriers, supported by Midway's defenses. 2 fleets were now on course for a decisive clash, a battle that would determine the fate of the Pacific War. Early morning, June 4th, 1942. The Pacific Ocean lay quiet in darkness, broken only by the sound of waves against the ships. On the flight deck of the carrier Akagi, flagship of the Japanese fleet, sailors and pilots moved steadily under red lights. Bombers and fighters were rolled out, lined up, and made ready for launch. The atmosphere across the ship was tense and urgent. At 4:30 a.m., the order to launch was given. Engines roared to life. Aircraft lifted off one after another into the night sky. From the 4 main carriers, Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, and Hiru, a total of 108 planes took off, including 0 fighters, Aichi D-3A dive bombers, and Nakajima B-5N torpedo bombers. Their course was set southeast, toward Midway Island. At the same time on Midway, the morning began normally. Suddenly, radar detected multiple signals approaching from the northwest. At 5:45 a.m., air raid alarms sounded across the island. Defenders rushed to their positions. Anti-aircraft guns were loaded. The Marine Fighter Squadron on the island, consisting only of a few F-4F Wildcats and F-2A Buffaloes, took off to intercept. Around 6:20 a.m., the Japanese strike force appeared over Midway. Zero fighters circled in escort while groups of D-3A dive bombers broke formation and began their attack runs. Meanwhile, B-5Ns flew in low from the sea. The first bombs struck the runway and barracks, shaking the island. American troops scrambled for cover as anti-aircraft batteries opened fire, filling the sky with bursts of black smoke. A handful of Marine fighters attempted to engage but were quickly shot down by the Zeros. With air superiority secured, Japanese bombers continued their attack. Fuel tanks, hangars, radio stations, and the power plant were all hit, causing multiple large explosions. One bomb struck the ammunition depot, detonating with force strong enough to destroy the control tower. Several defensive positions and anti-aircraft guns were eliminated. After roughly 15 minutes of bombardment, the Japanese planes withdrew to their carriers. Midway was left burning, its runway heavily damaged, large areas aflame, and dozens of American personnel killed or wounded. Yet the base was not completely neutralized. The runway remained usable to some extent, and several anti-aircraft batteries were still in action. For the U.S. defenders, it was clear the battle had only just begun. Immediately after the Japanese bombing raid ended, the United States launched what remained of its air forces to counterattack. Earlier, taking advantage of the time before the enemy arrived, Midway's commanders had already ordered several aircraft to search for the Japanese fleet. Now, despite the heavy damage to the base, every aircraft still operational was ordered into the air. The American pilots understood that if they did not strike back now, they might not get another chance. At 7:10 a.m., over the waters near the Japanese carrier formation, 6 TBF Avenger torpedo bombers approached at low altitude. They flew in 2 sections, using cloud cover and smoke to penetrate the outer defenses. Behind them came 4 B-26 Marauder medium bombers, also carrying torpedoes. As they closed in, Japanese anti-aircraft fire erupted, and more than a dozen Zero fighters dived to intercept. One Avenger was destroyed in mid-air. The others pressed on and released their torpedoes, but the Japanese carriers evaded every attack through sharp maneuvering. One B-26, heavily damaged and on fire, lost control and nearly crashed into the carrier Akagi, passing just meters from its flight deck before plunging into the sea. By the end of the strike, only 1 Avenger and 2 B-26 returned to Midway, all badly damaged. At 7:45 a.m., another group attacked from a different direction. Marine Corps dive bombers led by Major Lofton Henderson. Their formation consisted of SBD Dauntless and outdated SB-2U Vindicator aircraft targeting the carrier Hiru. Lacking experience, the pilots used shallow glide bombing instead of steep dives, making them easy targets. 9 Japanese Zeros quickly engaged, shooting down several planes. Major Henderson was killed when his Dauntless was hit and crashed into the sea. The remaining bombers released their payloads, but none hit the target. Only near misses were recorded. A few aircraft managed to retreat to Midway, heavily damaged. With 2 American attacks repelled, the skies briefly fell silent. Smoke and debris marked the waters below. Within less than an hour, the Japanese fleet had defeated 2 separate strikes from Midway, losing only a handful of fighters while the American attackers were nearly annihilated. At 8:10 a.m., another threat appeared at high altitude. 12 B-17. Flying Fortress heavy bombers arrived at 6,000 meters and dropped bombs on the Japanese fleet. The long fall gave Japanese ships enough time to maneuver. Towering water columns erupted around the vessels, but none of the bombs struck home. The fleet remained intact. At 8:30 a.m., a further attack came in. 11-volt SB-2U Vindicator dive bombers from Midway targeted the battleship Haruna. Flying slowly into heavy anti-aircraft fire, they released their bombs, which again only splashed into the sea nearby. 2 Vindicators were shot down. The remainder jettisoned their bombs and withdrew. Throughout the morning of June 4th, all air attacks launched from Midway failed. Not a single bomb or torpedo struck the Japanese fleet. However, the repeated American assaults, though ineffective, began to place significant pressure on Japanese command. On the flagship Akagi, Vice Admiral Chuichi Nagumo faced a dilemma. At 8:20 a.m., he received a report from a scout plane that American carriers had been sighted northeast of Midway. At the same time, the leader of the Midway strike force reported that the island base was still operational and required another attack. Nagumo was caught between 2 options: rearming aircraft with bombs for a second strike on Midway, or preparing them with torpedoes for an attack on the U.S. fleet. While he hesitated, further American raids from Midway arrived, disrupting operations. Japanese aircraft returning from earlier missions had to dodge bombs and were hastily repositioned for relaunch. Near misses forced flight deck crews to halt their work temporarily. In the air, 0 pilots, exhausted after continuous combat, were running low on fuel and ammunition. These disruptions delayed Nagumo's decisions. Precious minutes slipped away, minutes that would prove critical for the fate of the Japanese fleet. Meanwhile, to the northeast, the U.S. Navy was preparing its counterstrike. Thanks to intelligence gained from code-breaking, Admiral Chester Nimitz had positioned American carrier forces in advance near Midway. On the morning of June 4th, 2 carrier groups commanded by Vice Admiral Frank J. Fletcher and Rear Admiral Raymond A. Spruance maneuvered into position roughly 200 miles east of the Japanese fleet. The American force consisted of 3 carriers: Enterprise and Hornet, Task Force 16, and Yorktown, Task Force 17. Once reconnaissance confirmed the Japanese carrier's position, orders to launch were issued. Beginning around 7 a.m., the flight decks of the American carriers bustled with activity. Aircraft were catapulted into the air in successive groups. In total, over 100 planes, including F-4F Wildcat fighters, SBD Dauntless, dive bombers, and TBD Devastator torpedo bombers, took off, heading toward the Japanese formation with the aim of delivering a decisive blow. At 9:20 a.m., Torpedo Squadron 8 from the Hornet, consisting of 15 TBD Devastators, was the first to make contact with the Japanese carriers. Lacking fighter escort, they attacked immediately. Flying at low altitude, they approached from the southeast. More than 20 Zero fighters pounced as soon as they were detected. Despite being outnumbered, the Devastators held formation, pressing through heavy anti-aircraft fire and relentless attacks from the Zeros. One by one, the lumbering torpedo planes were shot down. A handful managed to reach launch range and dropped their torpedoes at the carrier Soryu. Explosions erupted in the water, but none struck their target. Within minutes, the squadron was virtually annihilated. 14 of 15 aircraft were destroyed. Of the 30 pilots and crew, 29 were killed. Only 1 young pilot survived, thrown clear when his aircraft went down. Clinging to a life raft amid oil-slicked waves, he watched as the battle raged on in the skies above. Immediately after Torpedo Squadron 8, Torpedo Squadron 6 from Enterprise and Torpedo Squadron 3 from Yorktown also launched attacks against the Japanese fleet. Their results were the same. Nearly all of the torpedo bombers were shot down, and not a single torpedo struck a target. Within less than an hour, 3 American torpedo squadrons had been virtually annihilated. Although they inflicted no direct damage, their sacrifice proved decisive. First, their attacks forced the Japanese fleet to remain engaged in defense, preventing them from concentrating on an immediate counterstrike. Second, by drawing the Japanese fighter cover down to low altitude, they left the airspace above the fleet exposed, precisely where the American dive bombers were approaching. Earlier, the dive bomber group from Enterprise, led by Squadron Commander Clarence McCluskey, had struggled to locate the enemy. They reached the expected area but found no carriers. With fuel running low, McCluskey had to decide between turning back or pressing on a few more minutes. Spotting a lone Japanese destroyer racing southwest at high speed, he chose to follow. That decision led his group directly to the main Japanese carrier force. At 10:20 a.m., while Japanese Zeros were still engaged at low altitude against the last torpedo planes, 31 SBD Dauntless dive bombers from Enterprise appeared at 10,000 feet over the southwest flank of the Japanese formation. McCluskey gave the order to dive. The Dauntlesses rolled over and plunged almost vertically. The carrier Kaga was struck repeatedly, including one bomb that penetrated the hangar deck packed with fueled and armed aircraft. Explosions ripped through the ship, and Kaga was quickly engulfed in flames. At the same time, the flagship Akagi was hit by a critical bomb that exploded inside the hangar deck, setting the ship ablaze. Almost simultaneously, dive bombers from Yorktown struck the carrier Soryu, igniting uncontrollable fires. In just 5 to 6 minutes, 3 of Japan's main carriers, Kaga, Akagi, and Soryu, were fatally hit and effectively destroyed. On board, fully armed aircraft waiting to launch fueled massive secondary explosions, tearing apart the ship's structures. The decks erupted in successive blasts, and entire command staffs were killed within moments. Survivors either abandoned ship or attempted, in vain, to fight the spreading fires. On the remaining Japanese vessels, crews stood in shock as the scale of the disaster unfolded before their eyes. News reached Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, who at first refused to believe it. But the destruction of his striking force was undeniable. Within minutes, the core of Japan's carrier strength, responsible for Pearl Harbor and the expansion across the Pacific, was gone. Meanwhile, the American pilots of the SBDs saw towering columns of smoke rising from their targets. Regrouping quickly to conserve fuel, they turned back toward their carriers. The victory achieved in those few decisive minutes would alter the course of the entire Battle of Midway. On Hiryu's flight deck, Rear Admiral Tamon Yamaguchi quickly organized the remaining aircraft. At about 10:40 a.m., 18 Aichi D-3A dive bombers and 6 Zero fighters launched toward the American fleet. Their first target was Yorktown, the carrier recently repaired after the Coral Sea and now operating alongside Enterprise and Hornet. Near noon, Yorktown's radar detected incoming aircraft. Alarms sounded. Anti-aircraft crews took positions, and the last remaining Wildcats scrambled to intercept. In the skies above, the Japanese formation clashed with American fighters. Several D-3As were shot down, but the rest pressed through and dove from over 10,000 feet onto Yorktown. 3 direct bomb hits shook the ship, setting fires and temporarily knocking out power. The carrier slowed and listed, flames rising from multiple sections. Damage control teams acted quickly. Within an hour, Yorktown had regained stability and could steam at near normal speed, appearing from a distance almost unharmed. At about 1:30 p.m., a second strike from Hiru arrived. 10 Nakajima B 5N torpedo bombers with 6 Zero escorts. From altitude, the Japanese pilots were surprised to see what looked like an undamaged American carrier, believing Yorktown had already been destroyed in the earlier raid. In reality, it was the same ship, temporarily restored. Believing they faced a fresh target, the B-5Ns split into two groups, maneuvering for a pincer attack. On Yorktown, alarms blared once again. Anti-aircraft batteries and wildcats fired into the approaching formation, downing several attackers, but others pressed on to release their torpedoes. From both sides, torpedoes struck the water in unison. 2 detonations thundered against Yorktown's port side, tearing open her hull. Seawater rushed in. The ship heeled heavily to port, her engines dead. Yorktown came to a halt in the middle of the Pacific, and her crew faced the grim reality that the carrier might sink at any moment. After the second Japanese strike withdrew, the sea grew quiet for a brief moment. Escorting vessels quickly moved to assist Yorktown. The carrier was disabled, but had not yet sunk. Its captain ordered the crew to abandon ship to save lives. Most men evacuated in lifeboats, while a small damage control party remained aboard. Remarkably, Yorktown stayed afloat through the night of June 4th, though in a critical condition. Meanwhile, Japanese pilots radioed back claiming they had sunk 2 American carriers, when in reality both attacks had struck only Yorktown. Rear Admiral Taman Yamaguchi aboard Hiru was initially encouraged by the report. Yet the situation was dire. Hiru was now the sole operational Japanese carrier, with fewer than a full squadron of aircraft remaining. Yamaguchi resolved to continue fighting, prepared to launch one last strike. However, reconnaissance confirmed that at least 2 American carriers were still intact. Following the disastrous losses earlier that day, Admiral Chuichi Nagumo, who had shifted his flag from Akagi to the cruiser Nagara, judged the battle unwinnable and ordered a general withdrawal westward. Bound by that decision, Yamaguchi canceled his planned attack and prepared for Hiru to face the U.S. fleet alone. Late in the afternoon of June 4th, American scout planes finally located Hiru heading west. Rear Admiral Raymond Spruance immediately ordered a final strike. Around 5 p.m., 40 SBD Dauntless dive bombers launched from Enterprise and Hornet. Approaching the target, the Americans found Hiru under full defensive measures, smoke screens, 13 remaining Zeros overhead, and concentrated anti-aircraft fire. Even so, the defenses could not stop the assault. Wave after wave of Dauntless bombers dove onto Hiru. Anti-aircraft gunners shot down several attackers, but 4 heavy bombs struck the carrier. One penetrated into the engine room, causing massive internal explosions. Fires spread rapidly across the vessel, engulfing her in flames. Within minutes, Hiru suffered the same fate as the other 3 carriers earlier in the day. Uncontrollable fires and secondary explosions ripping through her structure. On the bridge, Rear Admiral Yamaguchi remained calm. The final moments, he refused evacuation, choosing to stay with his ship. Captain Tomeo Kaku also elected to remain. By sunset, Hiru was ablaze from stem to stern, a burning wreck against the darkening sky. Throughout the night, Japanese destroyers evacuated surviving crew and the wounded. At dawn on June 5th, with the ship beyond saving, Japanese destroyers fired torpedoes to scuttle Hiru, ensuring she did not fall into enemy hands. The last surviving Japanese carrier at Midway slipped beneath the waves, taking with her Rear Admiral Yamaguchi, Captain Kaku, and many officers who had chosen to go down with their ship. On the night of June 4th, the Japanese fleet withdrew westward, abandoning its ambition to capture Midway. Rear Admiral Raymond Spruance, commanding the U.S. forces, chose not to pursue in the darkness, wary of submarine ambushes or long-range Japanese airstrikes from bases such as Wake Island. He instead conserved his strength, waiting for daylight to continue the hunt. At dawn on June 5th, American reconnaissance aircraft fanned out across the seas around Midway. Most of the Japanese fleet was already out of reach. Yet in retreat, two heavy cruisers, Mogami and Mikuma of Cruiser Division 7, suffered a serious accident. While maneuvering to avoid a U.S. submarine, they collided. Mikuma sustained severe bow damage and slowed dramatically, falling behind with only a few destroyers for escort. Mogami, with her stern badly crushed, struggled to keep pace, limping westward. By midday on June 6th, American scout planes from Enterprise located the damaged cruisers. Spruance immediately launched strike groups from Enterprise and Hornet. Dive bombers swooped down, hitting Mikuma with multiple direct hits. The cruiser erupted in flames, towering black smoke marking her death before she finally sank. Mogami was also struck and set ablaze, but avoided catastrophic hits and managed to limp away toward the southwest. Assessing the risks of venturing deeper into Japanese-controlled waters, Spruance called off further pursuit and consolidated his forces. On the morning of June 7th, tragedy struck the Americans. After 2 days of desperate salvage work, Yorktown was still afloat despite crippling damage. While destroyers and rescue parties labored to stabilize her, the Japanese submarine I-168 managed to slip past the protective screen. It fired a spread of torpedoes into the U.S. formation. Yorktown was hit multiple times, sealing her fate. The destroyer USS Hamon, alongside providing power and pumping support, was also struck and sank rapidly, taking many crew with her. Though most of Yorktown's men were evacuated, the carrier slowly rolled and sank into the depths of the Pacific, her brief but notable combat career ending less than a month after Coral Sea. After 4 days of ferocious combat, June 4th to 7th, 1942, the Battle of Midway came to a close. The Pacific Ocean was littered with oil slicks and drifting wreckage, the remnants of one of World War II's most decisive naval engagements. Japanese losses were catastrophic. 4 fleet carriers, Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, and Hiru, and the heavy cruiser Mikuma destroyed. Over 3,000 officers and sailors killed, including many of the veteran aviators who had spearheaded Pearl Harbor. It was a blow the Imperial Japanese Navy would never recover from. The United States paid its own price, the loss of the carrier Yorktown, the destroyer Hamon, and roughly 300 men. Yet in return, America gained a decisive victory. Midway erased the shadow of defeat left by Pearl Harbor and galvanized the morale of the U.S. military and public. More importantly, the battle permanently shifted the balance of power in the Pacific. With its carrier force shattered, Japan was forced onto the defensive across nearly every front. The U.S., by contrast, seized the initiative, beginning a series of counteroffensives that would start with Guadalcanal just 2 months later. Midway became the strategic turning point of the Pacific War. It marked the irreversible decline of Imperial Japan's naval dominance and the rise of American offensive momentum. The victory also stood as a tribute to the courage and sacrifice of the aviators and sailors who gave their lives to secure history's verdict amid the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. After Midway, the balance of the war began to shift, but that shift did not spread across the entire theater all at once. Japan still maintained a network of bases stretching across the Pacific, allowing it to sustain supply lines, repair assets, and reorganize its forces while preserving strategic depth. This meant that, despite losing the initiative at sea, Japan was far from defeated. The system was still in place, still functioning, and still capable of prolonging the war. To keep advancing, the United States could not rely on defeating fleets alone. it had to dismantle the structure behind them. Instead of striking everywhere, the focus turned to key points, where the entire network depended on for survival. Within that system, one position stood at the center, a hub where warships, aircraft, fuel, and supply lines converged to support operations across the region. The next objective was no longer at the front line, but at the core of that system, Truk. During World War II, the Truk Islands, now Chuuk Lagoon, in the Caroline Islands, became one of the most formidable fortresses of the Imperial Japanese Navy. Naturally protected by a nearly impenetrable ring of coral reefs with only a few narrow entrances, Truk Lagoon was often called the Gibraltar of the Pacific, a naval base so secure it was compared to Pearl Harbor itself. The atoll contained multiple airfields, seaplane bases, coastal gun batteries, and dense anti-aircraft defenses, guarding the safe harbors within the lagoon. Truk commanded the vital supply routes running from Japan down to Southeast Asia and the resource-rich southern regions, making it an indispensable strategic stronghold. However, by early 1944, the balance of power in the Pacific had shifted dramatically. From the southwest, the combined U.S.-Australian forces under General Douglas MacArthur had driven the Japanese from key bases in Operation Cartwheel, isolating major island groups across the South Pacific. At the same time, Admiral Chester W. Nimitz's U.S. fleet launched assaults on the Gilbert and Marshall Islands, building forward air bases only a few hundred nautical miles east of Truk. Pushed into a corner, the Japanese High Command began a gradual withdrawal of its main forces from the lagoon. In October 1943, Admiral Minechi Koga secretly moved most of the combined fleet to Palau and later to Indonesia. By early February 1944, U.S. reconnaissance aircraft PB-4Y spotted several major warships, including the battleship Musashi and the carriers Zuiho and Chiyoda, anchored at Truk. Alarmed, Koga rushed to evacuate the remaining capital ships. As a result, by mid-February 1944, Japan's carriers, battleships, and heavy cruisers had slipped away just in time, escaping the devastating U.S. attack that was about to unfold. Even so, dozens of transport and supply ships, along with smaller warships, remained inside the lagoon to handle logistics and local defense. Determined to neutralize this fortress once and for all, the United States launched Operation Hailstone, a massive carrier-based assault designed to cripple Truk before the Allies' next major offensives. The operation coincided with the U.S. invasion of Eniwetok in the Marshall Islands, further aiming to destroy Japan's supply hub and prevent reinforcements from reaching the area. The attacking force, known as Task Force 58, was commanded by Vice Admiral Mark Mitcher under the overall direction of Admiral Raymond Spruance. The task force included 5 fleet carriers, Enterprise, Yorktown, Essex, Intrepid, Bunker Hill, and 4 light carriers, fielding more than 500 aircraft in total. Supported by a formidable screen of battleships, cruisers, and destroyers, the U.S. fleet set sail from Majuro Atoll on February 12, 1944, heading west to unleash a hailstorm upon the tropical paradise of Truk. At dawn on February 17, 1944, the U.S. fleet quietly moved into position about 90 nautical miles northeast of Truk. At 0500, while the sky was still dark, the aircraft carriers launched their first strike. The roar of engines tore through the early morning stillness as hundreds of American planes took off, slipping in under low cloud cover to reach their targets unseen by Japanese radar. At that moment, there were no Japanese patrol planes in the air. Many pilots from Truk's 22nd and 26th Air Groups were on leave on the mainland, leaving the airfield short of ready crews. Worse still, Truk's radar system had a fatal flaw. It could not detect low-flying aircraft. All these factors combined to give the Americans total strategic surprise. Their first strike came out of nowhere. Around 6:30, as air raid sirens wailed across the islands, American aircraft swarmed into Truk's skies. Japanese pilots scrambled to their planes, desperately trying to take off and fight back as squadrons of fighters and bombers from Task Force 58 appeared over Aden, Hiram, Moan, and Dublon Islands. Though the Japanese had more than 300 aircraft stationed there, only about half managed to get airborne, and they were quickly thrown into a hopeless dogfight. The once feared Mitsubishi A6M0 fighters, symbols of early Japanese air supremacy, were now badly outclassed by the modern F-6F Hellcats of the U.S. Navy. With superior speed, firepower, and the advantage of surprise, the American pilots swept the Japanese from the sky. By noon, roughly 30 Zeros had been shot down, while only 4 Hellcats were lost. With the skies firmly under their control, the Americans turned their firepower on the ground. Waves of F-6Fs, SBD Dauntless dive bombers, and TBF Avenger torpedo bombers pounded airfields, fuel depots, radar stations, and anti-aircraft positions. Within hours, the airfield on Eaton Island, the seaplane base on Moan, and numerous key installations were in flames. More than 40 Japanese aircraft were destroyed on the ground. In later reconnaissance reports, U.S. pilots noted that they encountered strong resistance only in the morning. By the afternoon, there were virtually no Japanese planes left to challenge them. Having achieved total air superiority, the U.S. Navy turned to its main objective: the annihilation of the enemy fleet trapped inside the lagoon. Throughout February 17th, American pilots carried out more than 30 bombing runs against Japanese shipping clustered in Truk's harbors. Squadron after squadron of SBD Dauntless dive bombers and TBF Avenger torpedo planes rained bombs and torpedoes on the ships below. By nightfall, a staggering 369 1,000-pound bombs, 498 550-pound bombs, and 70 torpedoes had been dropped. Without warning, and with no fighter cover remaining, Japanese crews could do little but rely on anti-aircraft fire from nearby islands. Across the lagoon, chaos reigned. Transport ships, supply vessels, and small warships were hit one after another, exploding, breaking apart, and sinking into the inferno that once had been a tropical paradise. Amid the storm of bombs and fire, scenes of unimaginable destruction unfolded across Truk Lagoon. Near the anchorage by Dublon Island, Lieutenant Commander James D. Ramage, leader of Bombing Squadron 5B-10 from the carrier USS Enterprise, dove steeply and released his bombs with deadly precision, striking the oil tanker Hoyo Maru and blowing it apart in a massive fireball that lit up the morning sky. Elsewhere, Captain James E. Bridges of Torpedo Squadron 5T6, aboard the USS Intrepid, heroically guided his Avenger torpedo bomber straight toward the large ammunition ship Ikoku Maru. His bomb pierced the ship's magazine, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that turned the vessel into a blazing sun. The blast was so violent that it obliterated the ship in seconds, and engulfed Bridges' plane as well, killing him and his entire crew instantly. In return, Ikoku Maru was completely annihilated, sinking to the bottom of the lagoon along with hundreds of Japanese soldiers and engineers on board. Meanwhile, smaller Japanese warships were being picked off one after another. To the north, the destroyer Fumizuki was struck midship by a torpedo. Her crew fought through the night to save her, but by dawn, flooding overwhelmed the vessel and she slipped beneath the waves. The destroyer Tachikaze, already grounded on a coral reef since early February, was severely damaged by bombs before an American torpedo hit her engine room. She sank stern first in a raging inferno. Another destroyer, Oiti, was struck by a torpedo and snapped in two, sinking almost instantly, with over 170 men lost. As for the famed lucky ship, Shigyu, a veteran survivor of many battles, this time she was not spared. A bomb hit her number 2 gun turret, killing 21 sailors and wounding 45 more. Badly damaged, but still afloat, Shigure managed to limp back to Japan, narrowly escaping destruction at Truk. By midday on February 17th, Japan's air defenses were virtually wiped out. American planes roamed freely in small groups, scouring the lagoon and hunting down any vessels still trying to flee. The light cruiser Naka, flagship of Japan's 4th Cruiser Division, attempted to escape westward amid the chaos, pushing her engines to the limit. But at 2 p.m., she was spotted 35 nautical miles west of Truk by aircraft from the carriers Bunker Hill and Cowpens, Task Group 58.3. A formation of SB-2C Helldiver dive bombers and TBF Avenger torpedo planes swooped in for the kill, dropping bombs and torpedoes in rapid succession. Within minutes, Naka took at least 1 bomb and 1 torpedo hit, broke in 2, and sank beneath the waves, taking 240 officers and sailors down with her. Her commander, Rear Admiral Ichimaru, was thrown overboard by the blast but survived, later rescued by a nearby Japanese destroyer. The heavy destruction of the first day still did not satisfy Admiral Raymond Spruance. Determined to deliver a final crushing blow, he ordered one last sweep to wipe out any remaining targets. Late in the afternoon of February 17th, Spruance detached a special surface action group codenamed Task Group 50.9, composed of the battleships Iowa and New Jersey, the heavy cruisers Minneapolis and New Orleans, and 4 destroyer escorts. Their mission: to enter Truk Lagoon and hunt down any Japanese ships still afloat. At the entrance to the lagoon, TG 50.9 encountered a small Japanese formation attempting to flee. It consisted of the light cruiser Katori, flagship of Rear Admiral Masami Kobayashi, the auxiliary ship Akagi Maru, the destroyers Maikaze and Nowaki, and the escort minesweeper Shonan Maru No. 15. This group had departed Truk just before the American raid began, but they were relentlessly pursued by carrier-based aircraft. The Akagi Maru was hit by 3 bombs, erupting into a blazing inferno that forced her crew to abandon ship. Upon hearing of the fleeing squadron, Spruance was eager to engage in direct surface combat. He ordered Admiral Mark Mitcher to cease all airstrikes against the escaping ships, insisting that TG 50.9 would handle it the traditional way, with naval gunfire. Standing on the bridge of his flagship New Jersey, Spruance personally directed the final battle of the day. The engagement was short and brutally one-sided. The Katori, already holed and on fire after taking 7 bombs and a torpedo from earlier air attacks, still fought back with her remaining guns until the very end. The American warships closed in for the kill. The battleship Iowa unleashed a devastating barrage, 46 rounds from her massive 16-inch 406mm guns and 124 rounds from her 5-inch 127mm batteries, tearing the Katori apart. Simultaneously, the cruisers Minneapolis and New Orleans, along with the destroyers Bradford and Burns, fired additional salvos and torpedoes, finishing the doomed cruiser. Katori capsized and sank around 5 p.m., disappearing beneath the waves. Elsewhere, the destroyer Maikaze launched a desperate torpedo spread toward New Jersey, narrowly missing its mark, forcing Spruance's flagship to make an emergency turn to evade the deadly strike. Iowa immediately retaliated with heavy gunfire, while the American destroyers charged forward in pursuit. Maikaze was hit repeatedly, exploded, and sank with her entire crew. The escort vessel Shonan Maru No. 15 met the same fate. Only the destroyer Nowaki managed to escape into the night, becoming the sole survivor of the Japanese flotilla after its disastrous defeat at Truk. As dusk fell on February 17th, the Japanese launched a desperate counterattack. Using the cover of night, they sent out a wave of B-5N Kate torpedo bombers in a suicidal attempt to strike back. From sunset until around 10 p.m., small groups of 2 or 3 Kates flew low over the waves, trying to slip through the layers of American fighter patrols and the fleet's dense anti-aircraft barrage to reach the carriers. Most were spotted and shot down before they could get close, but one managed to break through. At 10:11 p.m., a thunderous explosion shook the darkness as a torpedo from the lone Japanese attacker slammed into the side of the carrier USS Intrepid CV-11. The impact blew apart one of her propeller shafts, rocking the ship violently. 11 American sailors were killed and many more wounded. Admiral Raymond Spruance was forced to order Intrepid out of formation for emergency repairs, a process that would take nearly 6 months before the carrier returned to combat in August 1944. It was the first, and almost the only, serious loss suffered by the U.S. Navy during Operation Hailstone. Unwilling to give the Japanese any time to recover, Admiral Mark Mitcher took a daring step. He ordered a night strike. Just after midnight on February 18, 1944, the U.S. Navy launched its first-ever night air attack in history. 12 TBF-1C Avenger bombers from Squadron VT-10 aboard USS Enterprise, each carrying 4 250-kilogram bombs, silently flew toward Truk under starlit skies. Throughout the night, they took turns pounding the remaining Japanese ships. In total, the squadron carried out 25 attack runs, scoring 13 direct hits and igniting 7 massive fires among anchored vessels. Explosions echoed through the night as columns of flame lit up the horizon over Truk Lagoon, signaling the inevitable destruction of Japan's remaining fleet. At dawn on February 18, 1944, Operation Hailstone entered its final phase. From the carriers Enterprise, Yorktown, Essex, and Bunker Hill, the Americans launched another massive strike on Truk. By then, Japanese defenses were completely shattered. No aircraft rose to challenge them. U.S. planes freely selected their targets, bombing and burning everything that remained. Fuel depots, ammunition dumps, hangars, and supply bases on Dublon and Eaton Islands were obliterated one by one. Columns of black smoke rose hundreds of meters into the sky as an estimated 17,000 tons of Japanese fuel reserves went up in flames that morning. After 36 hours of relentless bombardment, by the afternoon of February 18th, Admiral Spruance concluded that all strategic objectives had been achieved. He ordered the operation terminated and directed the fleet to regroup and withdraw from Truk's waters before nightfall. Operation Hailstone ended in an overwhelming victory for the United States Navy. Over the course of February 17th to 18th, 1944, Task Force 58 carried out 1,250 sorties, dropping around 400 tons of bombs and torpedoes that completely crippled Truk. Japan lost 250 to 275 aircraft, over 75% of its supply depots, 17,000 tons of fuel, and nearly 200,000 tons of cargo. At sea, Japan's losses were devastating. 2 light cruisers, Naka, Katori, 4 destroyers, Fumizuki, Maikaze, Oite, Tachikaze, and more than 40 transport tanker and auxiliary ships were sunk, accounting for nearly 1/10 of all Japanese merchant shipping losses during that 8-month period. By contrast, the U.S. suffered minimal losses: 25 aircraft downed, 40 personnel killed, and no warships sunk, aside from the carrier USS Intrepid, which was heavily damaged. After the battle, the U.S. Navy launched rescue missions for downed pilots. The most remarkable story was that of Lieutenant George M. Blair, VF-9, USS Essex, who was saved when Lieutenant Denver F. Baxter bravely landed his Kingfisher seaplane in enemy waters in broad daylight. Blair clung to the aircraft's wing as Baxter took off under fire, protected by 9 circling Hellcats. The daring rescue earned Baxter the Distinguished Flying Cross and became a symbol of courage and brotherhood amid the inferno of Truk. For Japan, Truk Lagoon forever lost its title as the impregnable fortress. The U.S. Navy's lightning strike stunned Japan's high command and broke its once proud confidence. The base was cut off by Allied air and naval blockades. Without supplies, Japanese troops were left starving and exhausted, their defenses collapsing. Seeing Truk's strategic value vanish, Admiral Chester W. Nimitz canceled plans for an invasion on March 12, 1944, pulling Japan's fang without losing a single soldier. The U.S. then turned its full attention to the Mariana Islands campaign, Saipan, Guam, and Tinian, opening the path to the Central Pacific and ultimately the heart of the Japanese Empire. After Truk, Japan's logistical network began to show clear signs of fracture. What had once served as a central hub for staging and sustaining operations could no longer fulfill that role. Warships were forced to withdraw farther back, aircraft lost a stable base of operations, and supply lines began to break down segment by segment. But destroying a major base was not enough to open the path forward. The defensive system ahead still remained, stretched across chains of islands, forming layered barriers that any advancing force would have to confront directly. To keep moving forward, the United States needed more than just disrupting logistics. It had to seize key positions that could serve as stepping stones for future operations. This meant shifting from large-scale strikes to direct amphibious assaults. The next objective, therefore, was no longer an isolated base, but a strategic foothold, a new position within an island chain that was beginning to unravel. And that advance began at Eniwetok, a brutal battle where each defensive position was forced back under intense fire. In February 1944, following decisive victories in the Gilbert and Marshall Islands, the United States military turned its attention to a new strategic objective, the coral atoll of Eniwetok. Situated on the northwestern edge of the Marshall Islands, Eniwetok was a vast ring-shaped atoll made up of about 40 small islets surrounding a lagoon nearly 80 kilometers wide, with an average elevation of only about 3 meters above sea level. Capturing Eniwetok held immense strategic importance. It would provide the U.S. with a forward airfield and a deep-water anchorage to support upcoming offensives toward the Mariana Islands further northwest. The assault on Eniwetok was codenamed Operation Catchpole, planned in 3 successive phases targeting the atoll's 3 principal islands, Engebi in the north, Eniwetok in the south, and Parry in the southeast. Japan had occupied Eniwetok since the end of World War I, but for years had done little to fortify it. Only in late 1943, after the American seizure of the Gilbert Islands, did the Imperial Japanese General Staff rush to reinforce the atoll. They dispatched the newly formed 1st Amphibious Brigade, composed of reservists from Manchuria and commanded by Major General Yoshimi Nishida, to bolster its defenses. By early January 1944, nearly 4,000 Japanese troops, along with airmen, engineers, and civilian laborers, had arrived on the atoll. They hastily built bunkers, trenches, and gun positions, establishing their headquarters on Parry Island. However, just days before the American landing began, the U.S. Pacific Fleet launched a devastating surprise raid on Japan's main naval base at Truk, the Operation Hailstone, February 17th to 18th, 1944. The attack destroyed 39 warships, over 200 aircraft, and sank the supply ships carrying vital provisions for Nishida's brigade. Cut off and isolated, the Japanese garrison at Eniwetok found itself stranded in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, with no hope of reinforcement. All they could do was dig in among their hastily prepared bunkers and gun pits, waiting for the inevitable storm of fire that was about to descend upon them. On the morning of February 17, 1944, Rear Admiral Harry W. Hill's amphibious task force approached the coral ring of Eniwetok. At exactly 9:15 a.m., Operation Catchpole began. From offshore, battleships and cruisers unleashed a thunderous bombardment on the target islands, turning the sky into a rolling sea of fire. Thick black smoke rose from burning coconut groves, mingling with the explosions of Japanese ammunition dumps that shook the entire atoll. Inside bunkers dug deep into the sand, Japanese soldiers clung to the ground, burying themselves into crushed coral as they waited helplessly for the storm of steel to pass. After nearly an hour of intense shelling, the American fleet pushed through the lagoon passage and entered the heart of Eniwetok, turning the once quiet waters into a vast floating base. By noon, American commando and engineer teams landed on several small satellite islets around Engebi, most of them unoccupied, to block Japanese movement between islands and to establish artillery positions for the main assault. Underwater scouts reported no mines or obstacles, allowing U.S. Army artillery to deploy heavy guns onto the newly seized islands. Throughout the night of February 17th, American warships continued harassing fire on suspected positions. And as dawn broke on February 18th, the main landing began. As the sun rose over the sea, the naval guns fell silent. Dozens of LVT amphibious tractors carrying U.S. Marines churned through the waves toward Engebi's shore. Under a thick haze of smoke, the Marines leapt from their craft, waded through shallow water, and charged across the blinding white sand. Suddenly, Japanese machine guns opened up, cutting through the noise. Several Marines were hit the moment they reached land, their blood staining the sand. A pillbox thought destroyed roared back to life, sweeping the beach with gunfire and forcing the men to hug the ground or crawl toward the waterline for cover. One young Marine fell face down as a bullet pierced his helmet. In the chaos, a small group of Marines flanked the position and hurled grenades, silencing the gun nest within seconds. Despite early casualties, the Americans secured a beachhead. With artillery still suppressing enemy defenses inland, Marine units began advancing across the island. On the eastern flank, a misplaced platoon left a gap that allowed several Japanese squads to slip through and attack the lead American company from the rear. Fire from amphibious vehicles mounting mortars and 75mm guns quickly stopped the counterattack, allowing Lieutenant Colonel Walfried Fromhold's 1st Battalion to hold firm, though he paused the advance to bring up tanks and close the breach. Meanwhile, on the left flank, Lieutenant Colonel Don C. Hart's 2nd Battalion advanced more rapidly, supported by tanks from the outset. They overran the airstrip in the island's center and reached the opposite shore by late morning. M4. Sherman tanks rolled across the sand, firing as they moved and blasting away remaining resistance. Several Type 95 light tanks the Japanese had buried as pillboxes were destroyed in turn. By midday, smoke still lingered across Engebi. The brutal opening phase of the Battle of Eniwetok had come to an end. On the eastern flank, Lieutenant Colonel Walfried Fromhold's 1st Battalion was still pinned down by Japanese troops entrenched in the dense coconut groves. A platoon from Company A became isolated and took heavy casualties, forcing Colonel Walker, commander of the 22nd Marine Regiment, to commit Company the Y, a reserve unit from 3rd Battalion, to reinforce the stalled advance. The terrain inside the island was thick with brush and fallen trees, limiting visibility. Japanese defenders had dug countless foxholes, trenches, and cleverly camouflaged bunkers, creating an interlocking web of resistance that was difficult to detect. Some snipers were even tied to the tops of coconut trees, firing down at American troops moving below. Faced with this intricate defensive network, U.S. combat engineers devised an effective tactic. They threw smoke grenades into a central bunker and observed the trails of smoke venting through firing slits and air holes to map out the underground system. Using these clues, assault teams were able to identify the layout of the tunnels and methodically destroy them with demolition charges. At the final defensive position on Skunk Point, the Japanese held out inside reinforced concrete pillboxes that halted the Marine advance. Only after two 105mm self-propelled guns were brought forward to fire point blank, expending over 80 rounds, did the stubborn strong point finally fall silent, burying dozens of Japanese soldiers under the rubble. By around 2 p.m. on February 18th, Brigadier General Thomas Watson, commander of the landing force, came ashore and declared Engebi Island secured. Though scattered Japanese survivors still resisted, the enemy's organized defenses had collapsed. Most of the 22nd Marine Regiment and its tank detachment were immediately ordered to re-embark, preparing for the next phase of Operation Catchpole. Yet that night, Engebi was far from peaceful. As darkness fell, surviving Japanese troops emerged from their tunnels to launch desperate suicide attacks. Small, disorganized groups managed to inflict more casualties on the exhausted Marines, while a few snipers hidden in burned coconut trees continued firing sporadically, making every movement dangerous. Amid the confusion of the night, acts of heroism emerged. At a foxhole on the perimeter, Corporal Anthony P. D'Amato and two comrades were lying in wait when a Japanese soldier crept close and tossed a grenade into their pit. Without hesitation, D'Amato threw himself onto the grenade, absorbing the explosion with his body. The blast killed him instantly, but saved his fellow Marines and held the defensive line. For his selfless bravery, D'Amato was later posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. At dawn on February 19th, the American flag was raised over Engebi in a brief ceremony marking the complete capture of the island. On the scarred and cratered sands, weary Marines rested momentarily amid the devastation, knowing the battle was far from over. Within a day, they would face another fierce engagement, the next target, Eniwetok Island. Intelligence gathered from prisoners and locals indicated that at least 1,000 Japanese soldiers remained entrenched on the remaining islands of the atoll. Anticipating a harder fight, General Watson reinforced his forces. The entire 3rd Battalion of the 22nd Marines, along with a Marine tank company, was redeployed from Engebi and placed under the command of Colonel Ayres of the 106th Infantry Regiment, ready to provide support if needed. On the morning of February 19th, the assault on Eniwetok Island began. Under a heavy naval bombardment, hundreds of Army troops from the 106th Regiment stormed the narrow beaches on the island's southwest side. According to plan, the amphibious tractors were to carry them deep toward the tree line before unloading, but a coral sand ridge nearly 3 meters high blocked the vehicles, forcing soldiers to disembark at the water's edge. As soon as they stepped off, the Americans found themselves in a maze of trenches and foxholes concealed under low grass, the same kind of defenses the Marines had faced on Engebi just a day earlier. The left assault flank, led by Major Harold Mazzoni's 3rd Battalion, advanced smoothly. By mid-morning, his men had broken through the Japanese beach defenses and reached the eastern shore of Eniwetok Island. On the right, however, Lieutenant Colonel Winslow Cornett's 1st Battalion encountered the island's strongest fortifications. Major Masahiro Hashida, commander of the Japanese garrison, had anticipated the direction of the American attack. He withdrew roughly half his troops into a dense network of bunkers, trenches, and underground tunnels on the southern half of the island, areas largely untouched by the naval bombardment, and used the remainder to stage small counterattacks designed to delay the American advance. Early in the afternoon, about 400 Japanese soldiers launched a fierce counterattack against the 1st Battalion's sector. Mortars and heavy machine guns laid down accurate fire, pounding American positions until part of the line broke. Several U.S. soldiers began retreating in confusion. Seeing this, Lieutenant Arthur Klein, a platoon leader from Company B, rushed to the front, raised his M1 carbine, and shouted for his men to hold their ground. His command snapped the troops out of panic. The remaining machine gunners steadied their aim and unleashed precise fire that shredded the charging Japanese formation. The suicidal Banzai assault was crushed within minutes. Bodies of Japanese soldiers piled up before the Marine positions. Repelled, the Japanese shifted to sporadic fire, using mortars and machine guns to harass the Americans and slow their progress. The U.S. advance bogged down as it encountered layer upon layer of defenses. Realizing dusk was approaching and the battle was still unresolved, Colonel Ayres, commander of the Eniwetok assault, committed his strategic reserve. The 3rd Battalion, U.S. Marines, under Major Claire Scheisler, was ordered ashore to reinforce the stalled line. At about 2:45 p.m., Marine companies surged onto the beach, pushing past the weary troops of 1st Battalion, 106th Infantry, to continue the attack southward. The fresh wave of troops renewed the American momentum. By 6:30 p.m., Marine companies had cleared their assigned sector and reached the southern tip of the island, though the left flank had not yet linked up with the Army units advancing along the western side. Fearing the Japanese might exploit the gap between the two flanks during the night, Colonel Ayres considered launching a continuous nighttime assault to encircle the remaining defenders. But before that plan was carried out, Company A/106 had already swung south and established contact with Company B on the opposite shore. The American line now stretched across the full width of Eniwetok Island, completely cutting off the Japanese forces. At dawn on February 20th, the remaining Japanese troops made a weak counterattack against the Marine positions but were quickly repelled. Around 30 more soldiers emerged from an underground tunnel that opened inside the American lines and attacked a forward command post. After a brief but chaotic firefight, the raiders were wiped out. For the rest of the day, U.S. forces methodically cleared out scattered resistance pockets along the island's western shore. By nightfall, Eniwetok Island was silent. The battle was over. Only a handful of starving Japanese stragglers remained, either hiding or preparing to take their own lives rather than surrender. The final target of Operation Catchpole was Parry Island, headquarters of Major General Yoshimi Nishida and the most heavily fortified position in the atoll. Originally, the assault on Parry was to take place simultaneously with Eniwetok, but the need to commit reserve forces had delayed it by several days. The postponement turned out to be advantageous. From documents captured on Eniwetok, the Americans learned that Parry's garrison was larger than expected and even discovered detailed maps of its fortifications. This allowed the Navy and Air Force to stage a massive preparatory bombardment. 944 tons of naval shells, 99 tons of aerial bombs, and 245 tons of artillery fire from neighboring islands were unleashed before the first American troops set foot on Parry's beaches. At 9 a.m. on February 22, 1944, the assault on Parry Island began. The Marines, their uniforms still stained with blood and mud from the previous fights, charged once more through clouds of smoke and fire. 1st Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel W.H. Fromhold, landed on Green Beach 3, while 2nd Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel Don C. Hart, came ashore to the right on Green Beach 2. Following them, 3rd Battalion, Major Claire Scheisler, landed to push southward along the island's center. From nearby islets, 75mm guns of the 2nd Field Artillery Battalion and 104th Army Artillery Battalion opened fire in support, pounding enemy positions deep inland. On Parry, after days of relentless bombardment, the Japanese garrison was battered but waiting. A soldier wrote in his diary, "We thought the enemy would land this morning, but they kept shelling instead. It was unexpected and somewhat disappointing." Their wait soon ended. As the warships fell silent, American troops stormed the beaches. Initial resistance was light. Most surviving defenders were dazed and disoriented after the bombardment. But as the Marines pushed inland, they hit dense minefields and traps buried under the sand. Explosions erupted everywhere, throwing men and coral debris into the air. Many Marines were killed or wounded before even seeing the enemy. From behind shattered palms and bomb craters, surviving Japanese soldiers rose from foxholes and fired wildly, determined to die fighting. U.S. combat engineers quickly brought in heavy bulldozers, driving straight into the battlefield to push tons of coral sand over bunker openings, burying the last defenders alive. Behind them, light amphibious tanks from the Army rolled ashore, joining the assault and blasting the remaining strong points while Marine reconnaissance squads supported the advance. The left flank of 2nd Battalion, Hart, broke through first, and by midday the unit had secured its objectives and begun clearing the area of surviving pockets of resistance. On the right flank, held by Lieutenant Colonel W.H. Fromhold's 1st Battalion, Japanese resistance grew fiercer as the Americans pushed deeper inland. Near Valentine Pier, enemy mortars and machine guns, hidden in overlapping fields of fire, began inflicting heavy casualties, especially among company officers who had to expose themselves to rally their men. Along the scarred shoreline, brutal close-quarters combat erupted at point-blank range. Bayonets, grenades, and flamethrowers were used to clear the stubborn pillboxes and sand-filled trenches. One large sand dune blocked the Marines' advance. Underneath it, Japanese soldiers had emplaced multiple machine guns that raked the approach with intersecting fire. Only after American 81mm mortars and self-propelled guns concentrated their fire to level the dune could the assault continue inland. By around 10 a.m., several American assault groups had cut across the island, meeting at the northern shore. The first Sherman tanks rolled off their landing craft, crushed through the minefields, and joined the advance, their 75mm guns providing decisive fire support to the infantry. Amid the chaos, American troops witnessed a strange sight. Along the distant waterline, nearly 200 Japanese soldiers were walking single file from the lagoon back toward the shore. Later, the Americans learned these were men who had fled to the outer reef during the previous night to escape bombardment and were now attempting to return, unaware that U.S. forces had already landed. The Marines seized the opportunity. Several machine guns opened up instantly, cutting down the entire column in moments. By early afternoon, Major Claire Scheisler's 3rd Battalion came ashore, advancing between the two flanks to join the fight. Moving cautiously, they cleared the remaining pockets of resistance left behind and linked up with 1st Battalion on the front line. Colonel Walker, commander of the 22nd Marine Regiment, landed with them and established a forward command post near the beach, deploying elite reconnaissance platoons to reinforce both assault wings. By mid-afternoon on February 22, 1944, all American units on the island launched a final coordinated push southward. The Japanese defenders fought desperately to the last man, using every trench, bunker, and foxhole. Yet under overwhelming American firepower and the tight coordination of infantry, armor, artillery, and air support, the Japanese line steadily collapsed. Sherman tanks blasted the last pillboxes at point-blank range. Flamethrower teams burned out underground shelters. Mortars and demolition charges leveled the remaining strongpoints. Behind the front, battlefield logistics ran efficiently. Wounded men were carried back to the shore and evacuated by armored half-tracks to hospital ships offshore, while DUKW amphibious trucks rushed water, ammunition, and supplies forward to the exhausted troops who had been fighting for hours. By late afternoon, the Americans were less than 500 meters from the southern tip of Parry Island. But with daylight fading and visibility poor amid burning palm stumps, the units were ordered to halt and dig in for the night to avoid friendly fire. At 7:30 p.m., Colonel Walker officially declared Parry Island secured, though a small pocket of resistance remained at the southernmost point. The next morning, February 23rd, the Marines swept through and wiped out the last defenders with little resistance. The few surviving Japanese soldiers, exhausted and out of ammunition, either surrendered or took their own lives in the caves. Major General Yoshimi Nishida, commander of the 1st Independent Brigade, was killed in action along with nearly all of his men. After 6 days of brutal fighting, Operation Catchpole, the capture of the Eniwetok Atoll, was finally complete. The victory came at a high cost. Over 300 Americans were killed and nearly 1,000 wounded during a week of intense combat. The Japanese garrison was virtually annihilated, around 3,380 killed, with only 105 taken prisoner. Yet the sacrifice secured a priceless strategic foothold for the Allies. On the blood-soaked coral sands, the weary Marines could finally breathe. A small group of soldiers quietly raised the American flag over the smoldering ruins, its stars and stripes whipping in the gray Pacific wind, marking the moment Eniwetok fell completely under Allied control. Soon after, bombers began taking off from hastily built airfields on Engebi and Eniwetok, striking deep into the Mariana Islands, paving the way for the invasions of Saipan and the advance toward Japan. The Eniwetok Lagoon quickly became a vital logistical base. Dozens of U.S. warships and supply vessels anchored safely within its coral ring, preparing for the next campaigns on the long road to final victory. On the once hellish atoll, only ashes, twisted metal, and an eerie silence remained. The quiet aftermath of war's raging storm. After Eniwetok, the course of the war no longer revolved around breaking isolated defensive positions. For the first time, the United States secured a position close enough and stable enough to sustain continuous pressure, turning earlier advances into a clear strategic direction rather than a series of disconnected operations. The islands were no longer just objectives to be taken, but links in a tightening chain of advance. Each step forward did more than open the way. It reduced the distance between the war and the Japanese homeland itself. From that point on, the question was no longer whether it was possible to advance further, but how far it needed to go to force the enemy into a position that could no longer be defended. That meant targeting locations whose value extended beyond immediate tactical gain, positions capable of changing how the war itself would be fought. Ahead, within that island chain, there was such a point, a place where distance would no longer be a barrier, and where the war could, for the first time, reach Japan directly. The next step, therefore, was not just another landing, but a shift in the very nature of the conflict. It began at Saipan, in a brutal battle that opened the way directly toward Japan. In the summer of 1944, the war in the Pacific reached its most critical phase. Following a series of decisive victories in the Gilbert, Marshall, and Solomon Islands, American forces were drawing closer to the doorstep of the Japanese Empire. Their next target? The Mariana Islands, specifically Saipan, which held immense strategic value. Situated deep within Japan's inner defense perimeter, Saipan was seen by Tokyo as an impregnable fortress, a vital bulwark protecting the homeland. For the United States, capturing Saipan meant establishing a long-range air base from which the new B-29 Superfortress bombers could strike directly at Japanese cities. Furthermore, seizing Saipan would sever the empire's critical supply line between Japan and Southeast Asia, isolating Japanese forces entrenched in the southern battlefronts. Both sides clearly understood the island's vital importance and were prepared to pay a heavy price to control it. In June 1944, under the command of Admiral Chester Nimitz, the U.S. Navy launched Operation Forager, an enormous expeditionary force of over 500 warships and transport vessels carrying some 127,000 troops set sail for Saipan. On the Japanese side, about 31,000 defenders of the 31st Army, led by Lieutenant General Yoshitsugu Saito, had fortified the island, ready to fight to the death. This was part of what Japan had declared as its absolute defense line, a final bastion they vowed to protect at all costs. The Bushido Code, to fight to the death without surrender, was instilled deeply into every soldier. Even Prime Minister Hideki Tojo made a public declaration: the Americans would never take Saipan. Amid that atmosphere, a tropical island once covered in lush greenery was about to become the stage for one of the bloodiest and most desperate battles of the Pacific, where paradise would be consumed by fire, steel, and agony, transforming into a true earthly hell in a matter of weeks. At dawn on June 15, 1944, just as the first light broke over the horizon, the western skies of Saipan erupted with the thunder of artillery and bombs. In the 2 days leading up to the assault, June 13th to 14th, the U.S. Navy had unleashed a brutal bombardment. 15 battleships and hundreds of aircraft rained over 165,000 shells down upon the island. Confident that the Japanese defenses had been crippled, American commanders prepared for a swift landing. But as waves of LVT amphibious vehicles packed with U.S. Marines surged toward the shore, they were met with a storm of resistance. Japanese artillery, hidden along coastal cliffs and pre-sighted using marker flags planted days in advance, opened fire with deadly precision. As the LVTs rocked in the surf, 75mm shells and mortar fire found their marks. Several landing craft burst into flames offshore. One shell slammed into the medical bay of a transport ship, instantly obliterating an entire medical crew. Bodies and debris littered the blood-stained sea. Yet, in the face of the deadly onslaught, the Marines clenched their jaws and pressed on. Leaping from their LVTs into chest-deep water, they held their M1 Garand rifles high to keep them dry. Screaming their battle cries, they slogged through soft sand on Red Beach, trudging under a hail of enemy fire that rained down like a deadly storm. By around 9 a.m., roughly 8,000 American troops had made it ashore, forming fragile beachheads on Saipan's western coast. The first American flags were planted near the shoreline, but every inch gained came at a staggering cost. The beach was strewn with lifeless bodies, and blood soaked into the white sand. On that first day alone, U.S. forces suffered an estimated 2,000 casualties, dead and wounded. The cries of the wounded merged with the thunder of gunfire, painting a picture of sheer chaos and horror. Many Marines were stunned by the sight of friends falling all around them, men who had shared the same landing craft just minutes earlier, now lifeless in the sand. One U.S. non-commissioned officer later recalled, "The Saipan sun rose that day to the stench of blood and the screams of the dying echoing along the shoreline." In just a few hours, the lush tropical island of Saipan had begun to transform into a beach soaked in blood. By the evening of June 15th, as U.S. forces scrambled to secure their thin defensive lines, Japanese General Yoshitsugu Saito launched a fierce counterattack. Around 7 p.m., wave after wave of Japanese troops charged from the coconut groves toward the beach, shouting "Banzai" in unison, shattering the night with their battle cries. Most shockingly, Saito deployed all remaining light tanks. Dozens of Type 95 Heigo vehicles roared forward, their steel tracks grinding over the bodies of the dead, leading the charge. Japanese soldiers, bayonets fixed, stormed into the still fragile American defenses. Under the flickering light of flares, shadows darted across the battlefield. Gunfire erupted, bayonets clashed, and the scene turned into a nightmare of madness. For many American troops, this was their first experience of a true Pacific night of terror. The Japanese moved like ghostly phantoms, screaming wildly as they attacked. But with superior firepower and raw determination, U.S. forces gradually regained control. Flares lit up the sky, casting a ghostly glow over the smoke-covered battlefield. In that eerie light, American machine guns and defensive artillery ripped through the waves of attackers. Japanese bodies piled up before the American trenches. By dawn, the first night assault had been utterly crushed, leaving the Japanese with devastating losses. On the morning of June 16th, U.S. Marines surveyed the battlefield and were stunned by the sight. Burnt-out Japanese tanks lay twisted and broken, surrounded by hundreds of enemy corpses scattered across the sand. The landing had lasted less than 24 hours, but its brutality foreshadowed the hellish carnage still to come in the Battle of Saipan. On the morning of June 16, 1944, following the blood-soaked first day of the invasion, American forces reinforced their beachhead to push deeper inland. The entire U.S. Army's 27th Infantry Division was deployed to the island, relieving parts of the Marine units already worn down by the hellish combat. Backed by naval gunfire from the fleet offshore and newly established artillery positions, American troops began advancing into the heart of Saipan. Their immediate objectives: the Hailstone airfield in the south and the central mountain ridges. By day, U.S. companies crept forward meter by meter through dense jungle and jagged hills. By night, Japanese soldiers launched surprise attacks on temporary American camps, forcing the invaders into sleepless nights of constant vigilance. This exhausting rhythm of daytime assaults and nighttime ambushes dragged on, draining both sides of strength and morale. By June 18th, after fierce fighting, American troops captured Hailstone airfield. General Yoshitsugu Saito ordered the remaining Japanese forces to withdraw from the south and consolidate in the north around their main defensive line. But the strategic situation for Japan quickly turned from dire to hopeless. On June 19th to 20th, the Japanese Navy launched Operation Eigo in a desperate attempt to relieve Saipan, resulting in a massive clash with the U.S. fleet off the Mariana Islands, now known as the Battle of the Philippine Sea. It ended in catastrophe. Japan lost more than 450 aircraft and 3 aircraft carriers in just 2 days. With that, American air forces gained uncontested control of the skies over Saipan. Below the waves, the Japanese fleet was forced to retreat, abandoning the island and its defenders. General Saito and his men now knew the truth. They were stranded, without reinforcements, without escape, without hope. But instead of surrendering, they chose to make their final stand, fighting like cornered beasts. The terrain at Saipan's center, especially Mount Tapachau and its surrounding valleys and caves, was naturally suited for defense. Saito's forces turned these natural features into fortresses. Caves became bunkers, cliffs became machine gun nests and mortar positions. Hidden during the day to avoid U.S. firepower, Japanese troops would launch bold counterattacks under the cover of darkness. The Americans began naming these blood-soaked locations with ominous titles: Hell's Pocket, Purple Heart Ridge, and Death Valley, names that reflected the hellish reality they endured. In Death Valley, a wide, open ravine beneath Mount Tapachau, hundreds of Americans were cut down in just a few hours as they tried to cross under withering fire. On some hills, every inch of ground was paid for in blood. Soldiers grimly dubbed them Purple Hills because so many Purple Hearts, awarded to the wounded and killed, were earned there. The rising casualties took a heavy toll. Many U.S. soldiers began to doubt they would survive the island. They soon realized the enemy here was unlike anything they had faced in Europe. The Japanese code of death before surrender turned every battle into a fight to the last man. Daylight was hell, nighttime a nightmare, one American private said after witnessing his comrade stabbed to death in his own foxhole by a Japanese soldier who had crawled in under cover of darkness. The Japanese guerrilla tactics were highly effective. By day, they hid in caves and tunnels to avoid American artillery and bombing. By night, they crept silently through the jungle to assault American lines with grenades, bayonets, and sheer fury. This constant harassment stretched American nerves to the breaking point. Every shadow became a threat. Every rustle in the dark felt like death approaching. To counter these tactics, American forces implemented cave-clearing operations. Special units armed with flamethrowers would slowly advance into the caves, unleashing torrents of fire or sealing the entrances with explosives. On the surface, every inch of jungle, every rocky outcrop was contested. Progress was measured in feet, not miles. Infantry advanced with extreme caution alongside M4 Sherman tanks. Some days, they gained only a few hundred meters, only to lose it again to a desperate Japanese counterattack. Certain hills changed hands a dozen times in one day. The landscape was apocalyptic. Explosions shook the ground, leafless trees smoldered, the air reeked of death and gunpowder. For the final 2 weeks of June, the battle devolved into a grinding war of attrition. Eventually, through sheer weight of numbers and firepower, American troops gained control of central Saipan. In early July 1944, the Stars and Stripes was raised atop Mount Tapochau, the highest point on the island. With the loss of Tapochau, the navel of Saipan, General Saito ordered his surviving forces to fall back to the island's northern tip, around the small town of Tanapag and Marpi Point. There, the Japanese were pinned with their backs to the sea. U.S. infantry pressed in from 3 directions, supported by offshore naval artillery and relentless air raids. There was nowhere left to run, no reinforcements, just a few thousand Japanese soldiers and thousands more civilians, many of them settlers who had moved to Saipan before the war, trapped in a shrinking pocket of land. Tragedy now extended beyond the battlefield. Civilians found themselves caught in the crossfire. As U.S. forces swept through caves and villages, they struggled to tell who was an enemy combatant and who was an innocent bystander, especially since Japanese soldiers often forced civilians to act as decoys in ambushes. Many innocent people were mistakenly killed or burned alive when American flamethrowers cleared the caves. But worse still was the fear. Even those who survived the shelling were gripped by a deeper terror, the fear of being captured. Japanese propaganda had filled civilians' minds with horror stories that American soldiers were brutal demons who would torture, rape, and murder all who fell into their hands. For many on Saipan, death seemed more merciful than surrender. A dark, mournful atmosphere now hung over the last strip of land, still held by the Japanese on Saipan, and the worst was yet to come. On July 6, 1944, in a cave in the northern part of Saipan, Lieutenant General Yoshitsugu Saito, the highest-ranking Japanese commander on the island, realized that everything was over. His army, once numbering over 30,000 men, now had only a few thousand surviving troops left, most of whom were wounded, starving, and in despair. American forces were closing in, and their tanks and heavy artillery had already spotted Japan's final encampment. With no way to retreat, General Saito made his final decision. Everyone would die in one last battle to preserve the emperor's honor. He drafted a special order, calling it Gyokusai, shattered jewel, meaning to die honorably like a broken gem. According to this, he ordered all remaining soldiers who could still hold weapons, about 3,000 men, to launch a suicide attack at dawn the next day, July 7th. He clearly stated, "Do not think of surviving. Each person must kill as many enemies as possible, then fall like cherry blossoms for the homeland." Even Japanese civilians were encouraged to participate. Men who could hold a knife or stick were to charge with the army. Women and children were to prepare to take their own lives if necessary. That fight to the death was described by Saito as being for the emperor and the homeland, and he declared he would commit suicide after leading his troops. On the night of July 6th, the remaining Japanese troops quietly gathered in the Tanapag Plain. Soldiers were covered in bandages. Many wounded had to use crutches or carry each other to the gathering point. The air was thick with the smell of death and desperate fanaticism. Officers shared sake and gave final words of encouragement to their men. Some units gathered and shouted, "Tenno Heika Banzai, long live the emperor," to raise morale. Many quickly wrote farewell letters to their families. In the dark, they sharpened bayonets, prepared grenades, and divided the little remaining ammunition for the final day. On the last night on Saipan, thousands sat with their backs against one another, eyes facing east, toward the sky that would soon light up with fire. Everyone understood they would not live to see the sunset tomorrow. At around 4:45 a.m. on July 7, 1944, as night began to give way to the first light, the largest Banzai attack of the entire Pacific War began. Suddenly, thousands of voices shouted, "Banzai!" in unison, shattering the silence before dawn. Leading them were 200 Japanese officers in full military uniform, gripping samurai swords, simultaneously drawing their blades and charging to lead the suicide assault. Behind them was a surging human wave. Thousands of Japanese soldiers, many with white headbands, running forward, screaming, firing rifles, grenades flying toward American lines. Even wounded soldiers refused to stay behind. They tied grenades to their bodies, carried each other, and charged together to die with the enemy. It was a horrifying scene never before witnessed by American troops. From their defensive lines, U.S. guards were stunned to see dense waves of people pouring out of the trees. Like a stampede of cattle in a cowboy movie, except they just kept charging, knowing no fear. The crazed Banzai assault broke through America's outer defensive line. The Japanese attack hit precisely at the seam between two battalions of the 105th Infantry Regiment, 27th U.S. Army Division, a section that the night before still had a gap not yet filled. Japanese forces stormed through the hole and poured into the rear, causing chaos everywhere. American soldiers, just woken and not yet fed, had to fire back in a frenzy. Browning machine guns roared along the coastal line, cutting down groups of Japanese, but could not stop the human tide. One wave fell, another charged in. Within minutes, the front lines of the 1st Battalion, 105th, were overwhelmed. Major William O'Brien, the battalion commander, was treating a wound on his shoulder while holding a pistol in each hand, running along the front line directing his troops to hold their ground. He shouted, "Do not retreat! Hold your position at all costs!" As he ran, he kept firing until one magazine emptied, then another. When his pistols ran out of ammunition, the courageous major jumped onto a jeep mounted with a .50 caliber machine gun and continued firing furiously at the overwhelming enemy. Thanks to that brave act, many American troops behind him had time to retreat and form a new defensive line. Eventually, O'Brien was seriously wounded and collapsed beside the machine gun. When his body was overrun by Japanese troops, nearly 30 enemy corpses lay around his jeep, the result of his final bullets as a resolute commander. Not far from there, Private Thomas Baker, a rifleman from Company A, 105th Infantry Regiment, had fought throughout the morning until his last bullet was spent. Firing while retreating, Baker killed so many advancing Japanese soldiers that the barrel of his rifle turned red hot. When his M1 Garand ran out of ammunition, he turned the rifle into a club and managed to knock down several more enemies. Severely wounded and exhausted, Baker was carried by his comrades in search of a medic. However, the sheer number of attacking Japanese made retreat difficult. Knowing he wouldn't survive and unwilling to burden others, Baker insisted on staying behind to hold off the enemy. Reluctantly, his comrades propped him against a tree, handed him a Colt .45 with 8 bullets left, and bid him farewell. Baker sat there, alone, calmly lighting a cigarette and squinting toward the approaching enemy horde. After the battle, when U.S. troops found his body, the pistol was empty, and 8 Japanese corpses lay at his feet. Every bullet had claimed a foe. At a field aid station of the 2nd Battalion, 105th Infantry, further to the rear, Captain Benjamin Lewis Salomon, a dentist-turned-field surgeon, was tending to the wounded when he spotted a Japanese soldier crawling into the tent through a fabric wall. Originally a dentist drafted into service, Salomon had volunteered to replace a fallen medic on the front line. He quickly pulled out his carbine and shot the intruder. Looking outside, he saw more Japanese troops approaching, ready to slaughter the helpless, injured Americans inside. Salomon immediately ordered the medics to evacuate the wounded while he manned a Browning .30 caliber light machine gun at the entrance, defending alone. He kept firing until the gun was empty, then switched to another, determined not to let the enemy pass. That afternoon, after repelling the Banzai attack, American troops found Salamon's body slumped over the gun, with over 70 wounds from bullets and bayonets. In front of him lay the bodies of 98 Japanese soldiers, proof of a fierce last stand that delayed the enemy to the very end. The frenzied fighting on the morning of July 7th lasted for hours. Japanese forces advanced nearly a kilometer from their starting point, overran the 105th Regiment's headquarters, and even attacked rear artillery positions. Some groups reached the beach where American field hospitals were set up and killed everyone they encountered. U.S. gunners from the 10th Marine Artillery Battalion were forced to lower their 105mm howitzers to fire directly at the onrushing suicide troops. When the enemy got too close, they destroyed their guns and retreated. Across the Western Front, scattered American resistance points were isolated into small clusters, fighting back desperately. Many U.S. units were overrun, and the few survivors swam out to sea, hoping to reach ships offshore. Not until the afternoon, after the Japanese attackers had sacrificed themselves to the last man, did American forces regroup and counterattack, clearing out the remaining pockets of resistance. By 6 p.m. on July 7th, all ground lost that morning was retaken. Tanapag Plain became a nightmare landscape. Japanese corpses lay everywhere, piled high, blood flowing in streams under the scorching tropical sun. The Americans counted about 4,300 Japanese killed in that morning's Banzai assault alone, the largest suicidal charge in the entire Pacific War. The Japanese force had been nearly annihilated in this final effort. On the American side, the cost was also high. The 105th Regiment alone suffered nearly 1,000 dead and wounded that chaotic morning. The 1st and 2nd Battalions were nearly wiped out, with over 75% casualties. Several other U.S. units also lost dozens of men. Yet thanks to the heroism of individuals like Major O'Brien, Private Baker, and Captain Salomon, the line held in its darkest hour. After the battle, O'Brien and Baker were posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, the U.S. military's highest decoration, in recognition of their ultimate sacrifice. General Yoshitsugu Saito did not join the suicide attack that morning. True to his word, at around 10 a.m. on July 7, 1944, while the sounds of the Banzai assault still echoed from afar, Saito, dressed in a white ceremonial uniform, drew his samurai sword and committed seppuku in his command bunker, ending his life to follow his men. His final offering, the Banzai charge for the emperor, had been brutally bloody, yet utterly futile. From that point on, organized Japanese resistance on Saipan ceased. The surviving Japanese soldiers splintered into small groups, fleeing into the jungles or hiding in caves to die of starvation, or to commit suicide in imitation of their commander. Some, like Captain Sakai Oba, led around 200 troops into the mountains and continued guerrilla resistance for months, refusing to surrender. But overall, the Battle of Saipan had effectively ended with the failed suicidal counterattack on July 7th. 2 days after the bloody Banzai assault, on the morning of July 9, 1944, the U.S. military officially declared Saipan secured. The last gunshots had fallen silent. On a high ridge at the northern tip of the island, the American flag was raised in the early morning breeze, marking the official victory of the campaign. Exhausted after 25 days of relentless fighting, many American soldiers simply collapsed onto the ground, sighing in relief. They passed around cigarettes, shook hands with fellow survivors. The joy of being alive mingled with the sorrow of loss. Many young soldiers had red eyes as they thought of the friends who hadn't made it. One sergeant quietly took a small flag from his backpack, wrote on it, "Saipan, we were here," along with the names of fallen comrades, preparing to send it home. Yet the tragedy of Saipan was far from over. As U.S. troops planted the victory flag, they were confronted with an unspeakable horror. Hundreds of Japanese civilians, including women and children, committing mass suicide at the island's northern cliffs. At a rocky promontory that American soldiers later named Suicide Cliff, dazed and defeated Japanese civilians shuffled toward the edge. Below lay the deep blue Pacific Ocean, its waves crashing against jagged rocks. Above them, smoke still curled into the sky from the remains of burned-out camps. In that tragic setting, many Japanese families hugged one another, sobbing, before throwing themselves into the abyss. Their screams and cries echoed briefly before being swallowed by the surf. Elsewhere, at a place that came to be known as Banzai Cliff, American troops stared in disbelief as wave after wave of civilians, including mothers with children on their backs, lined up and jumped, shouting Banzai through tears. They would rather die than surrender, so deeply had they believed the Japanese government's propaganda. Bodies piled up at the base of the cliffs. The ocean turned red with blood. Shocked U.S. soldiers scrambled to stop the suicides, using loudspeakers to plead with those remaining, promising humane treatment if they would surrender. But very few listened. It was too late to undo the fear and fanaticism instilled in them by the militarist regime. In the final days of the battle, thousands of Japanese civilians on Saipan chose to die in this horrific manner. It was a dark and heartbreaking chapter, showing that war doesn't just take the lives of soldiers on both sides, it crushes the innocent as well. The Battle of Saipan ended after more than 3 weeks of brutal fighting, leaving the island in ruins and soaked in blood. Final tallies showed that nearly 3,000 American troops were killed and more than 10,000 wounded, a steep price for a small island. The Japanese forces were almost entirely wiped out. An estimated 27,000 to 30,000 soldiers were killed, including many who committed suicide, and fewer than 1,000 were taken prisoner. Additionally, at least 8,000 Japanese civilians are believed to have died, mostly from suicide or crossfire. In total, approximately 50,000 lives were lost on this tiny piece of land. For both sides, Saipan was a nightmarish and pivotal battle. The victory gave the U.S. a crucial stepping stone toward Japan. From Saipan, B-29 bombers could now reach Tokyo, and less than a year later, firebombing raids would devastate Japanese cities. In Japan, news of Saipan's fall rocked Tokyo to its core. Prime Minister Hideki Tojo, who had once vowed that Saipan would never fall into enemy hands, was forced to resign just a week after the defeat. For the soldiers who endured the meat grinder of Saipan, the grief of that summer in 1944 would never fade. They had witnessed the full horror and madness of modern war. How a beautiful South Pacific paradise could be transformed into a blood-soaked hell in just a matter of days. Years later, veterans from both sides would return to those cliffs, standing in silence where hundreds of their people had ended their lives. In the breeze off the sea and the golden sunlight of Saipan, they quietly remembered the dead and reminded themselves that such tragedy must never be allowed to happen again. After Saipan, the war was no longer just about advancing closer in geographic terms. For the first time, the Japanese homeland was brought directly within reach, forcing them to confront a decision that could no longer be delayed. What had once been distant defensive lines were no longer enough to contain the pressure building against them. Strategic space was shrinking rapidly, and the ability to sustain a prolonged war was beginning to erode. Under those conditions, Japan had few options left. It could not continue to withdraw without losing what remained of its initiative, yet it could not hold its ground indefinitely as the pressure kept mounting. The only path forward was to concentrate every remaining force into a decisive engagement in the hope of turning the tide before it was too late. That battle would not take place on isolated islands, but at sea, where the remnants of the Japanese Navy would be committed in a final effort. It took place at Leyte Gulf, the largest and most intense naval battle of the entire war. In the autumn of 1944, the Pacific War had reached a decisive turning point. After years of grueling island-hopping campaigns, the U.S. and Allied forces finally closed in on the once impenetrable defensive perimeter of Japan. At the heart of this defense lay the Philippines, a chain of islands whose importance could not be overstated. In 1942, the archipelago had fallen to Japan after the bitter defeat at Bataan and the infamous Death March, leaving a deep scar on American pride. Yet beyond symbolism, the Philippines was Japan's lifeline. Through it flowed oil from the Dutch East Indies, rubber and tin from Malaya and Burma. If the Allies severed this artery, Japan would be cut off from its vital resources, its fleet starved of fuel, its armies slowly strangled. General Douglas MacArthur had long understood this reality. For him, the Philippines was not only a military objective, but also a personal debt of honor. In 1942, as Japanese forces overwhelmed Luzon, he had been forced to retreat to Australia. From the deck of a small boat, MacArthur gave his legendary vow, "I shall return." Now, 2 years later, the moment had come to fulfill it. On October 20th, 1944, under heavy bombardment, tens of thousands of American troops stormed the beaches of Leyte. Tanks and artillery rolled ashore behind wave after wave of infantry. Wading through the surf, MacArthur himself set foot on the sand and proclaimed the liberation of the Philippines had begun. For Tokyo's high command, the landing was an earthquake. If Leyte fell, Japan's entire Southeast Asian defense network would collapse. In desperation, they prepared to stake everything on one last gamble, committing nearly all that remained of the Imperial Navy to a massive counterstroke. The plan called for a three-pronged assault. The Central Force, the strongest, under Vice Admiral Takeo Kurita, would push through the San Bernardino Strait into Leyte Gulf. To the south, Vice Admirals Shoji Nishimura and Kiyohide Shima would lead two converging squadrons through the Surigao Strait. Meanwhile, to the north, Vice Admiral Jisaburo Ozawa's carriers would serve as sacrificial bait, luring the U.S. fleet away from Leyte. The Americans were equally prepared. Admiral William F. Halsey's Third Fleet, built around fast carrier task forces, stood ready to deliver the decisive blow. At the same time, Vice Admiral Thomas Kincaid's Seventh Fleet focused on shielding the invasion force directly. The imbalance of strength was overwhelming. The Japanese entered the battle with fewer aircraft than the total number of American warships deployed across Philippine waters. By late October 1944, around the islands of Leyte and Samar, the die was cast. The largest naval battle in human history was about to erupt, a clash spanning hundreds of miles of ocean where the fate of two empires would be sealed in fire, steel, and blood. On the night of October 22nd and into the early hours of October 23rd, 1944, Vice Admiral Takeo Kurita's center force, including the giant battleships Yamato and Musashi, along with numerous cruisers and destroyers, quietly moved through the Palawan Passage. But their secrecy did not last. At 0016, the American submarine USS Darter detected the Japanese formation on radar and began shadowing it. At 0524, Darter fired a spread of 6 torpedoes, at least 4 of which struck Kurita's flagship, the heavy cruiser Atago. The ship sank within minutes, forcing Kurita to abandon ship before being rescued by a destroyer and transferring his flag to the battleship Yamato. Moments later, Darter hit another 2 torpedoes into the cruiser Takao, crippling it so badly that it had to retreat to Singapore and was removed from the battle. Meanwhile, the submarine USS Dace launched its own attack, sinking the cruiser Maya. In just a few short hours, Japan's Spearhead lost 2 modern cruisers and exposed its movements. The report sent back from Darter gave the Americans crucial insight into enemy intentions, prompting the U.S. Third Fleet to place all carrier groups on full alert. On the morning of October 24th, as Kurita's fleet advanced into the Sibuyan Sea, it entered the range of American carrier aircraft. Beginning around 8 a.m., waves of F-6F Hellcat fighters, SB-2C Helldiver dive bombers, and TBF Avenger torpedo planes roared in from the carriers of the Third Fleet. Though Halsey's full carrier force was not present, some task groups were detached for resupply. 3 carrier groups still struck with overwhelming force. The first wave alone scored bomb hits on the battleships Nagato, Yamato, and Musashi, while also disabling the cruiser Myoko. Subsequent attacks concentrated on Musashi, the pride of the Japanese Navy. Dozens of bombs and torpedoes slammed into the giant ship, flooding compartments and forcing it to fall behind the formation. By late afternoon, under relentless air assault, Kurita temporarily ordered his fleet to turn back, giving the Americans the false impression that the center force was retreating. But at 7:30 p.m., after enduring nearly 20 bomb and 20 torpedo hits, Musashi finally capsized and sank beneath the Sibuyan Sea, taking over 1,000 crew with her. Despite the loss of Musashi and damage to several other ships, most of Kurita's heavy units remained combat-ready. He had merely pulled back to await a better opportunity to strike. While Halsey's carriers pounded Kurita's fleet, the Japanese launched their own counterattack from the skies. Vice Admiral Takajiro Onishi sent about 200 planes from Luzon to strike at the American carrier groups. Most were intercepted and destroyed by Hellcats, with ace pilot David McCampbell famously shooting down 9 aircraft in a single sortie. Still, one Yokosuka D-4Y Judy dive bomber broke through and at 9:38 a.m. dropped a 250-kilogram bomb onto the light carrier USS Princeton. The bomb punched through the flight deck, igniting fires in the hangar. At 3:23 p.m., massive secondary explosions, likely from stored ordnance, ripped the carrier apart, sending a huge column of smoke and flame skyward. The cruiser USS Birmingham, which had come alongside to assist, suffered heavy damage and over 300 casualties from the blast. Finally, at 5:50 p.m., with no hope of saving her, the destroyer USS Reno fired torpedoes to scuttle Princeton. It was the first U.S. carrier lost in the Battle of Leyte Gulf. By nightfall on October 24th, the clash over the Sibuyan Sea had come to a close. Kurita's fleet had temporarily withdrawn to the west, while Halsey shifted his focus northward, where Japan's decoy carrier force had just revealed itself, setting the stage for the next dramatic phase of the largest naval battle in history. On the night of October 24th, and into the early morning of October 25th, 1944, the southern wing of the Japanese fleet steamed into Surigao Strait, directly into an ambush that the Americans had meticulously prepared. Vice Admiral Shoji Nishimura led 2 battleships, Yamashiro and Fuso, the heavy cruiser Mogami, and 4 destroyers. They had endured some air attacks on October 24th, but suffered only light damage. However, strict radio silence meant Nishimura could not coordinate with Vice Admiral Kiyohide Shima's force, which was 40 kilometers behind, nor with Kurita's main body far to the north. As a result, in the early hours of October 25th, Nishimura's force advanced alone into the strait, unaware that a layered trap awaited them. Rear Admiral Jesse Oldendorf, commanding the American defenses in Surigao Strait under the 7th Fleet, had arranged a textbook ambush. At the entrance, 39 PT boats patrolled to harass and report enemy movements. Behind them, destroyer squadrons waited on both flanks of the narrow channel. And blocking the far end of the strait stood Oldendorf's battle line. 6 battleships, West Virginia, Maryland, Mississippi, Tennessee, California, and Pennsylvania. Most had been sunk or damaged at Pearl Harbor, but were now resurrected, rebuilt with modern radar fire control systems. Oldendorf planned to execute the classic crossing the T maneuver, pouring concentrated fire across the Japanese line of advance. At 22:36 on October 24th, American PT boats made first contact, darting in and launching torpedoes. For over 3 hours, they harassed Nishimura's ships. None of their torpedoes hit, but they forced the Japanese to maneuver and sent back continuous reports to Oldendorf. By 3 a.m. on October 25th, the Japanese column had entered deep into the strait. Then American destroyers surged from both flanks, unleashing spreads of torpedoes. Disaster struck. Both Fuso and Yamashiro were hit. Fuso exploded violently, breaking in two, with part of the burning wreckage left floating. Yamashiro also took hits, but, with frantic damage control, managed to press forward. 2 of Nishimura's destroyers were sunk outright, and another, Asagumo, was crippled and forced to withdraw, later sinking from damage. At 3:53, the battleship USS West Virginia locked onto targets with her radar at 21 kilometers and fired the opening salvo. Her 16-inch shells screamed through the darkness and struck Yamashiro within seconds. Instantly, the rest of Oldendorf's line joined in. California and Tennessee loosed 14-inch broadsides, while Maryland added 48 more 16-inch shells. The night sky over Surigao blazed with arcs of red fire. The Japanese, lacking radar fire control, were blind. They could barely see their enemies, let alone return accurate fire. Within minutes, Nishimura's force was annihilated under a storm of shells. Yamashiro absorbed dozens of heavy hits before capsizing and sinking around 4:20, taking Vice Admiral Nishimura and nearly all his crew down with her. The cruiser Mogami and destroyer Shigur turned and fled south. Mogami limped away badly damaged, while Shigur was the lone survivor of Nishimura's squadron, the only witness to the total destruction of Japan's southern force in the inferno of Surigao Strait. Not long after Nishimura's force had been annihilated, Japan's second southern contingent under Vice Admiral Kiyohide Shima arrived at the mouth of Surigao Strait, about 40 kilometers behind. His force included the heavy cruisers Nachi and Ashigara and 8 destroyers. Seeing the burning wreckage ahead, in fact the two halves of the shattered battleship Fuso, Shima was stunned. Realizing the fate of the advance force, he immediately ordered a retreat, thus ending any hope of a Japanese breakthrough from the south. In the confusion of turning back, Shima's flagship Nachi collided with the damaged cruiser Mogami, crippling the latter and forcing it to fall behind. The next morning, American aircraft finished off Mogami offshore, while Nachi and the other ships that escaped would themselves be destroyed in subsequent air raids not long afterward. The Battle of Surigao Strait thus ended by dawn on October 25th with a decisive Allied victory. It marked the last battleship-to-battleship engagement in naval history, and the final successful execution of the legendary Crossing the T maneuver. Japan's southern force was virtually wiped out. Of Nishimura's 7 ships, only the destroyer Shigur escaped, while Nishimura himself went down with his flagship. Shima's force accomplished nothing, retreating in failure. Yet while the southern thrust had been crushed, events to the north of Leyte Gulf suddenly turned dangerous for the Allies. Admiral William Halsey, lured by the threat of Vice Admiral Jisaburo Ozawa's decoy carrier force, had led all 3 of his fast carrier task groups northward on the night of October 24th to chase Ozawa. He even took with him Task Force 34, Vice Admiral Willis Lee's powerful battleship group, leaving the San Bernardino Strait completely unguarded. At 7th Fleet headquarters, commanders assumed Halsey had left heavy ships to cover the strait, but in truth, the northern gateway to Leyte Gulf lay wide open. And that was precisely the opportunity Kurita had been waiting for. At around 3 o'clock on October 25th, Kurita led his center force, 4 battleships, including Yamato, 6 cruisers, and numerous destroyers, through San Bernardino Strait unopposed. Sweeping around the eastern side of Samar Island, the Japanese fleet turned south, intending to strike the Allied landing forces at Leyte from the north. The only units in their path were the small escort carrier groups of the U.S. 7th Fleet, known by the codename Taffy. There were 3 such groups, Taffy 1, 2, and 3. Each contained 4 to 6 escort carriers, for a total of 16 carriers operating about 450 planes, supported by a handful of destroyers and destroyer escorts. These baby carriers were slow, thinly armored, and carried mostly anti-submarine planes and light ground attack aircraft, not designed for fleet combat. Their escorts were lightly armed, barely suited to stand against battleships and heavy cruisers. By contrast, Kurita's center force, though damaged in earlier battles, remained one of the most powerful fleets afloat, second only to the U.S. carrier arm. The battleship Yamato alone displaced 72,000 tons, roughly equal to the combined weight of all 16 ships of Taffy 3. A hopelessly uneven confrontation loomed, a clash between a predator and its helpless prey, a tiger against lambs. What neither side yet realized was how extraordinary the coming fight would become. On the morning of October 25th, 1944, as the Japanese fleet crept toward the coast of Samar, a lookout aboard the super battleship Yamato suddenly spotted the silhouettes of American carrier masts on the horizon. Vice Admiral Takeo Kurita instantly believed he had stumbled upon Admiral Halsey's 3rd Fleet carriers. Exultant, he signaled headquarters. "Heaven has given us the chance to strike the American fleet. Attack the carriers first, then destroy the rest." In reality, what lay ahead was not Halsey's main force, but Task Unit Taffy 3 under Rear Admiral Clifton Sprague. Only 6 small escort carriers, each carrying about 28 planes, protected by 7 destroyers and destroyer escorts. This modest unit was providing direct air support for the Leyte landings. At about 6:45, aboard the flagship Fanshawe Bay, American sailors suddenly saw towering columns of black smoke and the looming shapes of massive Japanese warships to the northwest. Alarm klaxons shrieked across the formation. Though shocked, Sprague reacted instantly. He ordered all carriers to turn south at maximum speed while launching every aircraft immediately, even without full armament loads. A sudden squall nearby offered precious cover. The American ships ducked into the rain curtain while their destroyers laid thick smoke screens to shield the vulnerable carriers. The deadly chase at Samar had begun. Kurita, unaware that Ozawa's northern decoy force had already succeeded in drawing Halsey away, still thought he was facing the American main fleet. Initially ordering his ships into anti-air formations, he abruptly changed his mind. At 6:58 from Yamato's bridge, he gave the command, "General attack!" The Japanese line surged forward, abandoning cohesion, thundering toward Sprague's tiny force. The Yamato's 18.1-inch guns roared, hurling 1.6-ton shells that whistled through the sky and crashed into the sea around the escort carriers. The concussion was so immense that American ships tens of kilometers away shuddered. Sailors later said the shells sounded like freight trains rushing overhead. In that desperate moment, the Americans displayed astonishing valor. The destroyer USS Johnston, under Commander Ernest E. Evans, was closest to the enemy. Without waiting for orders, Evans broke formation, poured on speed, and charged directly into the Japanese fleet, smoke billowing from her stacks. Johnston fired a spread of torpedoes at the heavy cruiser Kumano, blowing off her bow and forcing her to fall back. But Johnston was soon struck by Yamato's massive guns, badly crippling her. Inspired by this act, Sprague issued his now famous command, "Small boys, attack!" At once, 3 more ships, the destroyers Hull and Heermann and the escort destroyer Samuel B. Roberts turned to engage an enemy force many times their size. Hull launched torpedoes at the cruiser Haguro and fought furiously until silenced by fatal hits to her engine room. Heermann pressed attacks against Haguro and even harassed the battleship Congo, loosing torpedoes and guns in a desperate gamble. The tiny Samuel B. Roberts, nicknamed the destroyer escort that fought like a battleship, charged the cruiser Chokai, firing every 5-inch shell aboard and launching all her torpedoes. These reckless charges, aided by dense smoke screens, threw the Japanese into confusion. Their captains swerved frantically to evade torpedoes, slowing the pursuit. Yet the cost to Taffy 3 was devastating. Hull was pounded until she drifted helpless and went down under Congo's fire. Johnston, after hours of defiance, was smashed by dozens of heavy hits and sank with Evans, who would posthumously receive the Medal of Honor. Samuel B. Roberts fought until out of ammunition, shattered by enemy salvos, and abandoned by her crew. Though outgunned and doomed, these small American ships had bought precious time. Their ferocious stand distracted and delayed Kurita's armada, giving the fragile escort carriers a chance to survive, and forcing one of the most powerful fleets in the world to falter in the waters off Samar. In the air, Vice Admiral Thomas Kincaid of the 7th Fleet and Rear Admiral Thomas Sprague, commander of the escort carrier groups, called for every aircraft from Taffy 1, 2, and 3, nearly 450 planes in total, to launch continuous strikes against the Japanese fleet. Armed with bombs, torpedoes, or only machine guns, wave after wave of American planes dove on the enemy. FM-2 Wildcats strafed at low altitude, while TBM Avengers dropped whatever ordnance they had, bombs, rockets, torpedoes, even depth charges or fuel tanks, onto Japanese decks. Lacking the support of Halsey's fast carrier air groups, these escort carrier pilots became the lifeline of their comrades, flying through intense anti-aircraft fire with reckless courage. Some attacks from Taffy 2 under Rear Admiral Felix Stump inflicted serious damage on the Japanese formation. All morning long, the skies over Samar blazed with engine roar, tracers, and explosions. The battle on the morning of October 25th was ferocious beyond measure. Despite the Americans' valiant resistance, many small ships took punishing hits. The escort carriers themselves were not spared. The Gambier Bay, trailing at the end of Taffy 3's line, came under concentrated fire from the heavy cruisers Chikuma and Chokai. Shells ripped through her thin decks, slowing her down and setting her ablaze. At 8:45, she rolled over and sank, the only American aircraft carrier in World War II ever sunk by naval gunfire. Other escort carriers, including Kalinin Bay, Kitkun Bay, and White Plains, were also hit and damaged, but managed to lay smoke and continue fleeing. This desperate resistance achieved something vital. It convinced the Japanese that they were up against a powerful U.S. carrier force, perhaps even Halsey's main fleet, rather than mere escort carriers. Kurita's order for a general attack had already thrown his force into disarray. Ships lost contact and scattered in the chaos of pursuit, breaking their cohesion. Even Yamato was forced to maneuver hard to avoid incoming torpedoes, unintentionally pulling her out of action during the critical phase of battle. By about 9:20, Kurita abruptly ordered the pursuit halted and turned his fleet north to regroup. Japanese ships ceased fire, laid smoke, and withdrew under continued American air attacks. On the shattered, burning U.S. escort carriers, surviving sailors watched in disbelief as the enemy suddenly disengaged. Taffy 3 had held long enough to force the Japanese to abandon the fight. Yet Kurita was not finished. After regrouping at a safer distance around 11 a.m., he again turned south, seemingly determined to break into Leyte Gulf and smash the Allied invasion fleet. At that moment, however, a message reached him, later proven false intelligence, reporting a powerful U.S. carrier force moving down from the north. Believing this to be Halsey returning, and drawn by the chance to battle America's main fleet rather than transport ships, Kurita once more reversed course. That fateful decision inadvertently saved the entire Allied invasion force at Leyte. General Douglas MacArthur later admitted that, at that moment, dozens of fully loaded transport ships sat vulnerable in the Gulf. Had the Japanese broken through and destroyed them, over 100,000 U.S. troops ashore would have been left in dire jeopardy. But the opportunity slipped away. Chasing a phantom fleet to the north, Kurita eventually abandoned the effort. By late afternoon on October 25th, he ordered a full retreat, leading his battered force back through the San Bernardino Strait. Meanwhile, as the battle off Samar raged in the south, to the north off Cape Engano, Admiral Halsey struck the decisive blow against Ozawa's decoy force. Ozawa's northern force was in truth pitifully weak. Only 4 carriers remained, among them Zuikaku, the last surviving fleet carrier from Pearl Harbor, and the light carriers Zuiho, Chitose, and Chiyoda. They were escorted by 2 old battleships, Issei and Hyuga, partially converted into hybrid carriers but without air groups, 3 light cruisers, and 9 destroyers. Worse still, after catastrophic losses of trained aviators in previous battles, the 4 carriers together had fewer than 110 operational aircraft, nowhere near enough to threaten Halsey's mighty Third Fleet. Though Halsey had initially taken the bait and left Leyte unguarded, he also saw a golden opportunity to wipe out Japan's carrier arm once and for all. On the night of October 24th to 25th, he ordered 9 carriers, including the fleet carriers Enterprise, Essex, Intrepid, Franklin, Lexington, and 4 light carriers, along with 6 of America's most modern battleships, to race north toward Ozawa. At dawn on October 25th, Ozawa launched about 75 aircraft in a desperate strike against the Third Fleet. But, as with Onishi's raids from Luzon, nearly all were shot down by American Hellcats long before reaching their targets. Only a few limped back to base. Halsey responded with overwhelming force. Even before sunrise, 180 American planes had already been launched to locate and strike the enemy. At 7:10, U.S. scouts found Ozawa's fleet, and American squadrons immediately pounced. From 8 a.m. that morning until late afternoon, U.S. carriers flew 527 sorties, hammering the Japanese. The results were decisive. Nearly the entire remaining Japanese carrier force was annihilated. The flagship Zuikaku was struck and set ablaze. Her crew performed a final flag-lowering ceremony before she slipped beneath the waves at midday. The light carriers Chitose and Zuiho were also hit, exploding and sinking. Chiyoda was crippled and left adrift, only to be finished off the next day by cruisers and destroyers. The destroyer Akazuki, part of Ozawa's escort, was blown apart by bombs. What little remained of the northern force was powerless. Admiral Ozawa had to transfer his flag to the cruiser Oyodo to direct the retreat. Thus, Japan's last carrier decoy gambit backfired completely. In just a single morning, the Imperial Navy's final carrier striking force was virtually wiped out, while Halsey's fleet suffered only minimal losses. Although victorious in the north, Halsey soon faced grim news from the south. Beginning at 9 a.m. on October 25th, urgent messages poured in from Kincaid's 7th Fleet, reporting that the escort forces off Samar were in desperate danger and pleading for the 3rd Fleet to come to their aid. It was not until around 10 o'clock that Halsey fully grasped the situation. Kurita's center force had not been destroyed, but had instead broken through and was directly threatening the Leyte landing area. Halsey immediately ordered his battleship task group to turn south at full speed to reinforce, leaving his carrier groups to finish off Ozawa's remnants in the north. But time was not on the American side. By early afternoon on October 25th, as Halsey was still racing south, Kurita had already withdrawn from Samar. That evening, unable to vent his frustration directly on his elusive opponent, Halsey ordered his aircraft and warships to strike any Japanese vessel still within reach. In the night of October 25th to 26th, a U.S. cruiser-destroyer group intercepted the destroyer Nowaki, the last straggler of Kurita's force, and quickly sank her off the San Bernardino Strait. By October 26th, all surviving Japanese ships had retreated from the area, and the Battle of Leyte Gulf officially came to an end. The American beachhead at Leyte had been secured, cementing a decisive turning point in the campaign to liberate the Philippines. That same morning, October 25th, another shocking event unfolded. After the surface battles subsided, Vice Admiral Takejiro Onishi launched the first organized suicide air attacks, the beginning of Japan's infamous kamikaze strategy, which would haunt the final phase of the war. Wave after wave of kamikaze planes hurled themselves at Allied ships, ignoring the curtain of anti-aircraft fire. Off Samar, one aircraft broke through the defenses and slammed into the escort carrier USS St. Lo. The impact triggered a chain of massive explosions, ripping the ship apart and sending her to the bottom along with nearly 150 sailors. St. Lo became the first warship in history to be sunk by a coordinated suicide attack. The strike stunned the Americans and revealed a bitter truth. Japan had reached the end of its rope, forced to stake its hopes on desperate acts of self-destruction. The Battle of Leyte Gulf ended with a decisive victory for the Allies. For Japan, its grand counteroffensive plan to turn the tide had collapsed completely. The Imperial Navy suffered catastrophic losses: one fleet carrier, Zuikaku, 3 light carriers, Chitos, Chiyoda, Zuiho, 3 battleships, Musashi, Yamashiro, Fuso, at least 8 cruisers, and 12 destroyers were sunk. More than 10,000 Japanese officers and sailors perished in just a few days of brutal combat. The Americans, too, paid a heavy price, though one acceptable in light of their strategic success. 1 light carrier, Princeton, 2 escort carriers, Gambier Bay, St. Lo, 2 destroyers, Howell, Johnston, 1 destroyer escort, Samuel B. Roberts. About 200 aircraft shot down, and some 3,000 men killed. Yet the Allied landing force at Leyte had been safeguarded, and with it, the foothold for the liberation of the entire Philippines was secured. Leyte entered history not only as the largest naval battle ever fought, but also as a turning point of immense consequence in the Pacific War. The bone of the Imperial Japanese Navy was shattered beyond recovery. The surviving capital ships, crippled by fuel shortages and stripped of air cover, remained idle in their bases until the war's end. The U.S. Navy and its allies, meanwhile, pressed their overwhelming advantage, seizing firm control of the Pacific and opening the way to strike directly at Japan's home islands, virtually unopposed at sea. Thus, the Battle of Leyte Gulf is remembered as an epic requiem, the last thunder of the great battleships, and a testament to the courage and sacrifice of the men who achieved the impossible amid the fire and chaos of war. After Leyte Gulf, the outcome at sea was all but decided. What remained of the Japanese Navy could no longer control the battlefield, and the initiative had fully shifted to the opposing side. But the collapse at sea did not mean the war was over. Instead, it opened a new phase, one where fighting no longer took place between fleets, but moved directly into densely populated urban areas. With no naval defenses left to hold the line, offensive operations began pushing straight into major cities, where the war expanded beyond military objectives and spread across the entire living space. There, every street and every building could become a defensive position, and every advance came at the cost of firepower and casualties at the closest possible range. The war, once fought across the open ocean, was now dragged down to the ground, into an environment with no distance, no depth, only direct and relentless confrontation. And that transformation took place in Manila, where an entire city was dragged into hell. By late winter of 1944 to 1945, the Pacific War had entered its decisive stage. The Philippines, once an American colony, carried a dual significance, a powerful national symbol and a strategic key, with its ports and airfields vital for the planned assault on Japan. General Douglas MacArthur, who had been forced to leave the Philippines in 1942 after vowing to return, was determined to retake Manila as quickly as possible, both to liberate thousands of prisoners held by the Japanese and to restore the prestige of the Philippine government in exile. Yet within the American command, disagreements arose. General Walter Kruger, commander of the 6th Army, favored a cautious approach, consolidating forces at Leyte Gulf before advancing on Luzon, fearing that Japanese units in the mountains might strike their rear. MacArthur, however, insisted that delay would only give the enemy time to destroy Manila and execute prisoners. He ordered an immediate advance, hoping the Japanese would declare the city open, as the Americans themselves had done in 1942. On the Japanese side, strategy was equally divided. General Tomoyuki Yamashita recognized that defending Manila would be suicidal, and intended instead to withdraw into the northern mountains to wage a guerrilla war. His orders required General Shizuo Yokoyama, commander of the Shimbu Group, to evacuate Manila and place all naval forces in the area under his command. But Vice Admiral Denshichi Okochi countermanded this by instructing Rear Admiral Sanji Iwabuchi, commander of the Manila Naval Defense Force, to hold the city at all costs, both to protect naval installations and to avenge the humiliation of losing the battleship Hiroshima at Guadalcanal. Loyal to his naval superiors rather than Yamashita, Iwabuchi gathered some 17,000 men, including sailors from sunken ships, Marines, mechanics, Korean and Taiwanese auxiliaries, and even civilian workers, then resolved to fight to the death. Ill-equipped, his force lacked tanks, heavy artillery, and standard infantry weapons. They improvised by stripping 990 20mm machine guns from aircraft, deploying 600 other machine guns, a handful of 120mm guns, and turning naval bombs into mines. Many men armed with nothing more than spears fashioned from bayonets lashed to poles. Against this backdrop, on January 31st, 1945, MacArthur personally arrived at the 1st Cavalry Division's command post at Lingayen to order an immediate advance. Just 1 minute past midnight on February 1st, the flying columns, fully motorized cavalry detachments, set off, covering more than 100 miles of jungle and mountain in just 66 hours to reach the outskirts of Manila. On February 4th, the 37th Infantry Division also began its march. Within days, the iron horses of the 1st Cavalry were pressing into the city's outer districts. MacArthur gave them 3 urgent objectives: to rescue internees at Santo Tomas University, to seize Malacañang Palace, and to capture the legislative building. On the night of February 3rd, troops of the 8th Cavalry Regiment forced open the gates of Santo Tomas University. The guards on duty, mostly Taiwanese, offered almost no resistance. Around 3,500 prisoners, mostly Americans, British, and Dutch, who had been interned since 1942, burst into tears of relief, embracing their liberators. Yet 63 Japanese soldiers still held 275 hostages inside the main school building. Negotiations dragged on until February 5th before they were finally freed. Immediately afterward, the Americans faced the urgent task of providing food for thousands of newly liberated internees. At the same time, the Japanese blew up the Novaliches Bridge, cutting off supply routes and leaving the 1st Cavalry Division short of rations and ammunition, forcing the 37th Infantry Division to carve out a relief corridor. Meanwhile, units of the 37th Division advanced through the Tondo district in the north, reaching the old Bilibid prison where they discovered 1,330 prisoners, American POWs and civilians, abandoned by the Japanese. As fire spread and fighting raged, the Americans were forced to evacuate the captives by any available means, only to bring them back once the flames subsided. Along the narrow streets, Japanese troops had buried mines, strung barbed wire, blocked roads with trucks, and set up interlocking machine gun positions. When the 148th Regiment crossed the Estero de la Reina Bridge toward the Pasig River, they ran into mines and 5 500-pound bombs rigged on the bridge, while fuel depots erupted in flames and machine gun fire poured down on them. The Noguchi detachment of the Japanese torched numerous riverside buildings and planted explosives in military facilities, forcing the Americans to pull back temporarily to fight the fires. In the midst of liberation, Manila's civilians flooded the streets to shower gifts and praises on the Americans, though some also looted, creating chaos that at times hampered military operations. By February 7th, U.S. forces had secured nearly all of Manila north of the Pasig. The surviving Japanese withdrew to the southern bank, demolishing all 6 bridges across the river. Lieutenant General Oscar Griswold, commander of the 14th Corps, ordered the 37th Division to expand eastward, while the 1st Cavalry Division swung around to the east and south to encircle the city. That same day, the 148th and 129th Regiments of the 37th began crossing the river in engineer boats and amphibious vehicles. The first wave got across without incident, but the second came under heavy machine gun fire from the south bank. Oars were shattered, and many soldiers had to paddle with their rifle butts or bare hands to reach the shore. They landed at the Malacañang Gardens, the only stretch without high embankments, and established a bridgehead. The following day, engineers built a 2-lane pontoon bridge, but it was immediately overrun by hundreds of civilians fleeing the fighting, causing severe congestion. When the 37th Division finally crossed the river, they faced the dense industrial and residential blocks south of the Pasig, where the Japanese had transformed sturdy buildings into fortresses. On Provisor Island, the steam power plant loomed like a block of steel and stone, now turned into a citadel with sandbag bunkers and machine gun nests. American troops had to row through a hail of bullets, storming dark, smoke-filled rooms, fighting hand-to-hand amid the roar of generators. It took them 2 bloody days and 25 dead comrades before the plant was secured. Pressing on, the 148th Regiment swept through Pandacan with little resistance, but at Paco Railway Station they were stopped cold. Tracks, platforms, and walls had been turned into a deadly maze. 20mm guns at every corner, reinforced concrete bunkers, slit trenches, and even the church bell tower used as an observation post. American infantry had to crawl yard by yard, fire bazookas through the walls, and charge under cover of fire. After 10 assaults and clouds of dust and smoke, Paco Station finally fell at 8:45 a.m. on February 10th. The cost was severe. 45 men killed and 307 wounded in just 2 days. From then on, the battle became a grim grind against urban strongpoints. Individual blocks turned into mutually supporting fortresses. At first, artillery fire was restricted by MacArthur's order to preserve the city, allowed only against observed targets. But as casualties mounted, the ban was lifted on February 10th. Thereafter, barrages of 105mm and 155mm guns, supported by tanks and flamethrowers, smashed walls before the infantry stormed in. Often they were repelled, only to call down more artillery and attack again. At the new police station on Marqués de Camilla Street, the Japanese had fortified an entire complex, police headquarters, shoe factory, club, and school, into one massive bastion. It took 8 days of brutal fighting, fresh regiments, tanks charging head-on, and the use of flamethrowers, phosphorus grenades, and artillery shells to clear room after room. While the 37th fought building to building, the 1st Cavalry Division swung wide, carrying out a full encirclement in the manner of a medieval siege. On February 8th, the 8th and 5th Cavalry Regiments crossed the river east and south of the city. The 8th took the shorter route. The 5th looped wide through Makati. They met scattered fire but captured the Makati power station on February 10th, in line with Kruger's policy of preserving infrastructure. By February 12th, both regiments had reached the coast, sealing the ring, then turned north along the bay to link up with the 37th. Along the way, they encountered strong points in Harrison Park, Rizal Stadium, and LaSalle University. The Japanese had dug bunkers into the baseball field, forcing the Americans to flush them out with flamethrowers, explosives, and tanks. On February 16th, the 1st Cavalry Brigade, made up of the 5th and 12th Regiments, was detached from the division to reinforce the 37th in the downtown battles. They advanced on the Manila Hotel and the High Commissioner's residence, MacArthur's former home, fighting room by room, while MacArthur himself appeared in the rubble to encourage his men. In the north, the 37th Division had already cleared most resistance. On February 19th, the exhausted 148th Regiment was relieved by the 5th Cavalry, which pushed into the University of the Philippines Hospital. The Japanese had turned the facility into a death trap with bunkers, loopholes in basements and rooftops, and interlocking fire. After days of combat, only 75 of the 250 defenders remained, and they committed suicide on the night of February 23rd. Over 7,000 patients and civilians trapped inside were rescued. With the outer ring sealed, the Japanese retreated into Intramuros, the old Spanish walled city, its 40-foot-thick stone ramparts rising like a fortress. From February 17th, American heavy guns pounded it without pause. By the morning of February 23rd, more than 7,400 shells from 105 millimeters, 155 millimeters, 75 millimeters, 4.2-inch mortars, and even 8-inch guns had blasted a gap in the wall. 10 minutes after the barrage ceased, a smoke screen was laid. The 129th Regiment crossed the Pasig in engineer boats to attack from the north, while the 145th breached the eastern walls. With many machine gun nests already destroyed, progress was swift, until waves of refugees surged into the streets. More than 2,000 women and children, herded by the Japanese into the Delmonico Church, had not yet been evacuated. Supply troops rushed trucks to carry them to safety. The men, however, were separated and marched into Fort Santiago, where they were executed en masse. Inside the walled city of Intramuros, the 129th and 145th Regiments advanced street by street. Each narrow lane turned into a gauntlet of dugouts and traps. In the northwest corner stood Fort Santiago, once the prison of national hero José Rizal under Spanish rule, now transformed into a dark labyrinth of cells and tunnels. American troops had to pour gasoline and oil through vents, toss in phosphorus grenades, and sweep with flamethrowers to root out the defenders. Flames licked the mossy stone walls as smoke thickened the air. After clearing cell blocks and underground passages, they reported the fort secured by midday, February 25th. Some Japanese disguised themselves in U.S. uniforms with M1 rifles. Others raised white flags from Delmonico's bell tower only to fire again. None survived. Only 25 Taiwanese troops surrendered. At dawn on February 26th, with the fortress lost, Rear Admiral Iwabuchi and his staff committed suicide inside the agriculture building. Though Intramuros had fallen, 3 massive concrete buildings remained: the Legislative Building, the Finance Building, and the Agriculture Building, now the final bastions of Japanese resistance. Anticipating a southern assault, Iwabuchi had heavily reinforced them. Machine guns at every window, sandbagged basements, and fortified bunkers. On February 25th, the 37th Division's artillery unleashed a barrage, but some rounds overshot and fell among the 1st Cavalry Division near the bay, forcing a pause for adjustment. On February 26th, the 148th Regiment stormed the Legislative Building, but Japanese defenders hurled grenades through holes in the floors, forcing the infantry to withdraw for more bombardment. It was not until February 28th that the structure was finally taken. Meanwhile, the 5th Cavalry assaulted the agriculture building, but was pinned down by fire from the nearby San Luis Terrace apartments, and had to clear that strong point before returning. On February 28th, 155mm guns fired point-blank, while American tanks ground against the base of the agriculture building, smashing the lower levels. Flamethrowers, bazookas, and phosphorus grenades burned out the gun nests. On March 1st, the Americans called for surrender, but silence was the only answer. They responded with more fire, fuel and explosives collapsing the structure piece by piece. 2 days later, after another artillery barrage, the 148th Regiment stormed the finance building and wiped out the last Japanese holdouts in the elevator shaft by dawn on March 3rd. That afternoon, General Griswold signaled Kruger, "All resistance has ended." The Battle of Manila was over. Yet the true horror of those 3 weeks was not only in the gunfire. As the fighting raged, Japanese naval troops, undisciplined and desperate, turned their fury on civilians. Districts like Tondo, Binondo, and Paco were put to the torch. Women and children were herded into churches and schools, then burned or blown apart with grenades. Men were slaughtered in backyards and garbage pits. Survivor diaries tell of hundreds burned alive in theaters, in Bayview's cathedral, and at St. Paul's School. Families crawled into sewers, pushing children through narrow cracks to survive. At the Quirino family home, Japanese soldiers murdered the wife and children of politician Manuel Roxas, leaving him to scream helplessly. Witness Lourdes Reyes recalled civilians dragged to the river, their throats cut, bodies pushed into the current. Others, hiding in the Bayview Hotel, were gang-raped, and as American artillery widened its bombardment, civilians trapped in air raid shelters were crushed or burned alive. Afterward, U.S. estimates concluded that most civilian deaths came from Japanese massacres, but they also acknowledged their own artillery had inflicted heavy losses. By March 3, 1945, Manila had become nothing more than a shattered city. 3 weeks of fighting cost the Americans 1,010 dead and 5,565 wounded. The Japanese garrison was virtually annihilated, with 16,665 killed. But the heaviest toll was borne by the civilians. 100,000 lives lost, making Manila one of the worst tragedies of the Second World War. The American artillery that shielded their soldiers also reduced the ancient district of Intramuros to rubble. Water, electricity, and transport systems were ruined. Hospitals, schools, universities, and neighborhoods lay in ruins. After the battle, U.S. forces had to shift from combat to administration, rebuilding temporary bridges, clearing mines, and posting guards to stop looting. Soldiers, though treated to films, dances, and hot meals, still faced the grim reality of a city scarred by disease, destruction, and haunting memories. Militarily, the battle revealed the power of combined arms warfare. Even without air power inside the city, the Americans had ample artillery, tanks, flamethrowers, and excellent coordination. Once restrictions on artillery fire were lifted, they learned to level each block before advancing, which steadily reduced their casualties, from an average of 26 deaths per day in the opening phase to just 6 by the end of February. The Japanese, by contrast, lacked artillery, tanks, communications, and air support. All they had left was sheer willpower and the city itself, Foxholes dug into streets, mines laid in stairwells, machine guns firing from windows, and a determination to fight to the last room. But such tenacity could not withstand overwhelming firepower and encirclement. The Battle of Manila marked the first and only time in the Pacific War that U.S. forces had to storm a major city. Its liberation paved the way for the recapture of Luzon, but also exposed the brutal cost of urban warfare on civilians. In such a fight, every house can become a fortress, and every family can be a victim. The firestorm of Manila in 1945 consumed not only its historic walls, but also the memory of an entire generation's darkest hour, a warning to posterity of the unparalleled devastation that comes when war enters the city, and a reminder that peace and life must be cherished at all costs. After Manila, the war did not stop. It continued to move forward, but along a different path. What unfolded in the cities showed that the level of destruction had reached the limits of ground warfare, yet it was still not the end. Even as urban areas became battlefields, the ultimate objective had not yet been reached. The remaining distance, though no longer vast, was still enough to prolong the war if it was not broken through. To overcome that barrier, a position was needed, one close enough not only to reach the target, but to sustain constant pressure. A foothold no longer defined by defense, but by its ability to support direct attacks against the enemy's homeland. That meant pushing into the most heavily fortified areas where every meter of ground had been prepared for a final stand. This next step was not just another battle, but a final approach. Before the war reached Japan itself, it took place at Iwo Jima, a brutal battle on a volcanic island, where every meter of ground had to be fought for.
In the early months of 1945, World War II entered its most brutal final phase. After more than 3 years of sweeping victories, the Japanese Empire had once stood at the height of its power in the Pacific, with lightning successes at Pearl Harbor, the Philippines, and Singapore. But it gradually lost momentum, being stopped and pushed back step by step under the tightening grip of the United States and its allies. From mid-1942, after the fateful defeat at Midway, the Imperial Navy suffered heavy setbacks. The Central Pacific Islands fell one after another to the Americans in bloody campaigns: Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Kwajalein, Saipan, and Peleliu. Each advance was a bloody nightmare for both sides and another tightening loop around Japan's neck. By early 1945, the U.S. Strategic Air Force was able to launch waves of B-29 bombers from the Mariana Islands to set Tokyo and Japan's major cities ablaze. But these sorties flew over distances that were too long, lacking refueling points and emergency airfields for damaged planes or those hit by anti-aircraft fire. The U.S. military needed a closer springboard to continue its strategic bombing campaign without heavy losses, and they chose Iwo Jima as the target. The small volcanic island, less than 21 square kilometers in size, lay alone in the gray-blue ocean about 1,200 kilometers south of Tokyo and became a strategic focal point. Capturing Iwo Jima meant gaining a forward airfield where fighters could escort B-29s and crippled bombers could land on their way back. For Japan, Iwo Jima was a vital defensive outpost, the final gate blocking the enemy's advance, the fragile shell shielding the homeland from the storm of steel. No one in Tokyo wanted to imagine what would happen if even Iwo Jima fell. On the island, starting in the spring of 1944, one man quietly prepared a nightmare for the enemy. That was Lieutenant General Kuribayashi Tadamichi, newly appointed by Tokyo to organize the defense. He fully understood America's overwhelming power and knew the fate of Iwo Jima was only a matter of time. But with loyalty and an unyielding samurai spirit, he turned that time into an opportunity to make the island a deadly fortress. For nearly a year, more than 20,000 Japanese soldiers under Kuribayashi dug into the hard volcanic rock, creating a maze of tunnels stretching over 18 kilometers with thousands of underground bunkers 10 to 20 meters deep, connecting fortified pillboxes and strongpoints. Mount Suribachi, at the island's southern tip, was hollowed out into layered caves housing ammunition depots, field hospitals, and barracks, all deep enough to withstand relentless bombing. Heavy artillery, mortars, and machine guns were hidden inside caves with sliding doors, firing and then closing up to avoid counter-battery fire. On the surface, hundreds of machine gun nests, anti-tank traps, and mines were carefully camouflaged among rocks and sand, making them very hard to detect. Unlike Japan's traditional beach-line defense, Kuribayashi ordered his men not to fire when the Americans landed, avoiding futile sacrifice on the beaches. He allowed the U.S. forces to come ashore freely and then unleashed coordinated fire, turning every meter of ground into a hunting field and every bunker into a trap. He told his soldiers, "Each man must kill at least 10 enemies before he dies." The Americans assembled an enormous force for the operation codenamed Detachment. About 70,000 elite Marines from 3 divisions under General Holland Smith gathered on hundreds of landing ships. The U.S. Navy committed massive firepower with more than 500 warships, including 7 battleships, 16 aircraft carriers, and hundreds of destroyers and cruisers, forming a gigantic fleet encircling the island. Admiral Chester W. Nimitz personally commanded the entire operation. By late 1944, U.S. aircraft began carpet bombing Iwo Jima for 74 consecutive days, the longest sustained bombardment in the entire Pacific War. For 3 days before the landing, battleships and cruisers continued shelling, pouring tens of thousands of large-caliber shells onto the ground, shaking the island and filling the air with thick smoke and dust. American troops watching from the ships believed the place had been thoroughly destroyed and that no fighting force could have survived. Yet the reality was far from simple. Dawn of February 19th, 1945. The sea was calm, the sky hung gray, heavy with the smell of salt and gunpowder. Off the coast of Iwo Jima, the U.S. fleet stood in formation, ready. On the decks of the battleships, 356mm naval guns roared to life, unleashing their final salvos onto the island to clear the beaches. Thick smoke billowed upward, shrouding the silhouette of Mount Suribachi. From the early hours, tens of thousands of U.S. Marines stood in position inside hundreds of landing vehicle-tracked craft, rocking in the swell. Packed shoulder to shoulder in the swaying holds, many young Marines vomited from seasickness and nerves. There was no chatter, only the metallic clink of gear in the silence. Some quietly struck matches and burned letters from home they had never managed to send, fearing they would have no other chance to destroy them and not wanting personal papers to fall into Japanese hands. A few young recruits pulled out photographs of their families, gazing at them one last time before the assault, swallowing their fear. On the command ship's bridge, General Holland Smith checked his pocket watch. It was H hour. He gave the order firmly. Launch! Hundreds of LVTs pulled away from the mother ships, cutting through the waves toward the southern shore of Iwo Jima. At 8:59 a.m., the first wave of U.S. Marines reached land. The tracks of the LVTs dug into the distinctive black volcanic sand. Marines leapt from their craft, wading through waist-deep water to reach the shore. They spread out quickly, moving behind sand mounds and securing the beach. Everything was eerily quiet. There was no defensive gunfire at all. The beach was littered with bomb craters and charred rubble. A few U.S. officers looked surprised but pleased. The leading units immediately pressed forward, trying to seize key positions before the Japanese could react. Marines whispered to each other, "The Japs must all be dead in their tunnels." Spirits lifted, and many believed this battle would be easy. They were wrong. At exactly 9:12 a.m., the ground beneath the Marines began to tremble. From the slopes of Mount Suribachi at the southern end of the island, Japanese artillery and mortars erupted all at once. Hundreds of large-caliber shells fired from hidden caves rained down on the beach. At the same time, countless machine guns, cunningly concealed on high ground, opened up, sweeping the black sand with torrents of fire. The beach of Iwo Jima, quiet just moments before, became hell on earth. Columns of black sand and mangled bodies shot into the air with each deafening explosion. Shouts of "Medic! Corpsman!" rose above the chaos. On the beach, U.S. Marines panicked, desperately looking for cover, but there was nothing. No trenches, no earthworks, just a few Sherman tanks that had barely made it ashore, offering flimsy protection. One group huddled behind the wreckage of a burning amphibious vehicle, shrouded in black smoke. Others flattened themselves in shallow bomb craters, pressing as low as they could as bullets hissed overhead. By the water's edge, dozens already lay still, bodies broken under the relentless shelling. Within minutes, the entire beach was littered with casualties. Iwo Jima's sand had turned into a killing field. The volcanic sand here was black, loose, and spongy, sinking to the ankle with every step, making movement painfully slow. Marines trudged under the weight of more than 30 kilograms of weapons, ammunition, and gear. Heat radiated from the island's core, blending with the harsh midday sun to turn the beach into a natural furnace. The wind carried the acrid stench of sulfur, choking like rotten eggs. Gunsmoke and dust thickened into a suffocating haze. Sweat and seawater soaked their uniforms, quickly mixing with dirt and blood into black, sticky patches on their skin. The young men were swiftly reduced to grim, mud-streaked figures staggering through the surreal landscape of hell. Under the punishing fire, the first U.S. assault wave was stopped just a few hundred meters from the water's edge. Sherman tanks tried to advance, but sank deeper with every turn of their tracks, becoming easy targets for Japanese anti-tank guns. Flamethrower tanks were destroyed from a distance before they could bring their weapons to bear. Marine platoons suffered heavy losses and were forced to huddle on a narrow strip of beach, barely 200 meters wide. Officers shouted over the explosions, ordering squads to leapfrog and cover each other to push forward and capture the base of the ridges. Supported by naval, gunfire from offshore, U.S. reinforcements continued to pour men and equipment onto the sand. Wave after wave of troops kept landing on the already shredded beach. With nowhere to hide, the fresh Marines waded straight into the inferno ahead, taking the places of comrades who had just fallen. By the end of February 19, approximately 30,000 American troops had landed on the island, but most remained trapped on the narrow strip of southern beach. The United States forces had secured only a small beachhead, less than 1 kilometer wide and only a few hundred meters deep, far short of their objectives. Every inch of ground gained came at a staggering cost. On the first day alone, about 600 American Marines were killed and 1,800 wounded. This single day of losses exceeded the total U.S. casualties sustained over several months of the Guadalcanal campaign. Among those who fell was Sergeant John Basilone, one of the Marine Corps' most celebrated heroes and recipient of the Medal of Honor. Basilone was killed on the black sand while leading his men in an assault to destroy an enemy machine gun nest. His sacrifice on the very first day foreshadowed the horrific price the Marines would have to pay to capture this island. As night fell, American commanders were forced to order a halt to the advance. The Marines hurriedly dug makeshift foxholes right in the sand, the living huddled next to the dead as they braced to hold through the night. Offshore, cruisers began firing illumination rounds continuously, casting an eerie greenish light over the island's desolate ruins. In that flickering glow, the beach, pitted with shell holes and scattered with bodies, looked like a newly made graveyard. The first night on Iwo Jima was truly a nightmare. The faint moans of the dying drifted across the darkened beach. Somewhere among the sand craters, badly wounded, Marines gasped for their mothers in delirium, sending chills through their comrades who listened helplessly. No one dared crawl out to drag them back to aid stations as Japanese snipers hidden in the darkness fired at any head that rose above the holes. In their fevered agony, some Marines wept, sobbing out the names of wives and children back home before they went silent. War correspondent Robert Sherrod, present on the island, wrote that the first night on Iwo Jima felt like a nightmare at the very gates of hell. By dawn, one could see countless hands, legs, heads, and skulls lying far from the rest of their bodies. In just one night, the Black Beach had become littered with dismembered remains, a horrifying sight that would haunt even the most battle-hardened Marines. At dawn on February 20th, American forces again came under a new wave of Japanese shelling, but this time they were ready to respond. At exactly 7 a.m., the naval guns offshore roared back, unleashing a storm of fire on the exposed Japanese positions. Around 8 a.m., Marine battalions began launching their first assaults beyond the beachhead. According to plan, the 5th Marine Division sent the 28th Regiment to encircle Mount Suribachi from the left flank, on the island's southwest corner, while the 4th and 3rd Marine Divisions spread out to the right and center, pushing northward to seize the 2 airfields and the rest of the island. From here, the battle entered its most brutal phase, a fight for every inch of ground against an enemy that was both tenacious and hidden. The Americans quickly realized that targets they thought had been flattened by 74 days of bombardment were still intact and firing back fiercely. The Japanese's intricate tunnel system allowed most of their garrison to survive even the heaviest artillery barrages. They now popped up unexpectedly from unseen positions, firing into the Americans' backs before disappearing underground again. Each resistance point was only silenced when it was directly destroyed with explosives or flamethrowers. One American officer bitterly remarked that they were fighting the whole island itself, as every cave, rock, and bush could open fire into their backs. On the southern left flank, Mount Suribachi loomed like a natural fortress, dominating the entire beachhead and needing to be taken at all costs. The 28th Marine Regiment was ordered to capture the 170-meter high volcanic peak as quickly as possible. Throughout February 20th, companies began circling up the slopes, inching up the barren, steep ridges. Above them, the Japanese clung to countless caves dug deep into the mountain, from which they unleashed machine gun, mortar, and grenade fire that rained down relentlessly. The treacherous terrain and interlinked cave networks turned the mountain into a deadly labyrinth. The Marines had to fight for every meter, every cave mouth. For 2 straight days, machine guns from above tore into the slopes, and grenades rolled down like thunder. In response, the Marines called in 105mm artillery and mortars to blast the cave mouths, and carried M2 flamethrowers to the entrances to spew flames inside. Screams echoed, then fell silent as each pocket of resistance was burned out. Some caves were too deep to reach with flamethrowers, so the Marines resorted to hauling in 20 to 30 kilogram satchels of explosives, lighting the fuses and shoving them deep inside to blow the entrances apart, burying the defenders alive. Bit by bit, the rocks of Mount Suribachi cracked under the relentless bombardment, and the Japanese soldiers inside were burned or entombed one by one in the darkness. On the morning of February 23rd, the encirclement of Mount Suribachi was finally complete. After fighting through the night, American Marines at last reached the summit of the volcanic mountain. A few isolated Japanese positions still fired back from small caves near the top, leading to brief, chaotic hand-to-hand skirmishes in the dark tunnels. Some remaining Japanese soldiers, knowing there was no way out, chose to end their lives with grenades rather than be captured alive. At precisely 10:15 that morning, the American flag was raised by a group of 6 United States Marines atop the smoke-shrouded peak of Suribachi. Amid the devastation, that small red, white, and blue banner flapped in the sulphurous wind, becoming the first foreign flag to fly over Japanese soil during the war. Below, at the foot of the mountain, Many Marines lowered their weapons and looked up at that moment with swelling pride. Cheers erupted across the southern battle lines, a sign of victory in the midst of long, grim days. Some wept, believing the ordeal was finally nearing its end. But that fleeting joy could not erase the harsh reality. The battle was far from over. In truth, of the 6 Marines who planted the flag on Mount Suribachi, 3 would be dead just weeks later on this very island. The sight of the American flag flying over Suribachi signaled that the southern sector of Iwo Jima was now under U.S. control. However, the northern part of the island, nearly 3/4 of its area, remained firmly in Japanese hands. There, the Japanese had constructed their main line of defense, an extraordinarily strong network of interconnected tunnels and deeply layered fortifications. No sooner had the elation at Suribachi faded than the Marines were forced to confront an even grimmer challenge ahead. They reformed their ranks and pushed northward, determined to end the battle. But the terrain ahead was a nightmare, barren and jagged, crowded with ridges, rocky outcrops, trenches, and fortifications. Everywhere, death lay in wait. The final days of February into early March 1945 were the bloodiest at Iwo Jima. The Marines advanced slowly, peeling away each layer of the Japanese defenses in the most literal sense. Along the way, they encountered cold, anonymous names on the map that became living nightmares: Hill 382, Hill 362A, nameless smoky valleys. Every elevation was a fortress, a cluster of pillboxes and bunkers linked below ground by tunnels. These defensive clusters were interlocked and mutually supporting, forming a deadly web that the Marines grimly nicknamed the meat grinder. From hidden firing slits carved into the cliffs, Japanese machine guns wove intersecting curtains of fire, cutting down any figure that strayed into the open. From above, mortars from unseen positions rained shells onto the advancing Marines. The ground shook, dust and smoke turned everything to chaos, and many men became disoriented, unable to tell where the enemy fire was coming from. On some days, the American advance could be measured in mere meters. They clawed forward, fighting for every earthen mound, every blood-soaked trench edge. When the dust finally settled, between the positions just taken and those left behind was a stretch of ground slick with blood, strewn with shell fragments, spent cartridges, and the lifeless bodies of both sides. Casualties on both sides mounted exponentially. The Japanese fought with unyielding tenacity, almost never retreating, but at staggering cost. Many Japanese platoons fought to the last man, turning their positions into mass suicide sites. The Japanese 145th Regiment, for example, was nearly wiped out after just 2 days of combat against the U.S. 3rd Marine Division, with most of its officers and soldiers killed. On the American side, entire Marine companies charging through narrow valleys were cut to pieces by dense Japanese fire within hours. On February 26th alone, at Hill 382, the U.S. 4th Marine Division suffered 792 dead in a single blood-soaked day. The losses were so great that evening, American news outlets published casualty figures that shocked the public. Back home, some newspapers began to ask whether such a terrible price was worth paying for such a tiny, nameless island. But half a world away, on the battlefield, the men who fought had no time to ponder the strategic value of their sacrifice. They knew only that if they wanted to leave Iwo Jima alive, they had to fight, and they had to win. Facing that earthly hell, the United States forces were forced to change their tactics. Daytime frontal assaults proved far too costly, as the Japanese could clearly observe and destroy every attack from a distance. Therefore, the Americans switched to a more cautious and surprising approach. During the day, they unleashed maximum firepower, using everything from naval guns and bombers to flamethrowers and directional mines to wear down the enemy. At night, American commando teams silently crawled past the front lines, slipping into Japanese bunkers under the cover of darkness. Using bayonets, daggers, and grenades, they plunged deep into the tunnels, spreading terror among the defenders. Many Japanese strongholds were wiped out quietly in this way, before the enemy could fire a single shot. These night attacks proved effective, helping the Americans break through some of the toughest links in the defensive chain. However, the price in human lives was still unavoidable. Soldiers from both sides clashed day and night, exhausted in the endless cycle of life and death. The Marines who survived each battle had to watch their comrades fall one after another. They gradually became numb to the carnage. Their emotions dulled, their faces blank, moving like soulless machines through the meat grinder. At the same time, the Japanese did not sit idly by, awaiting death. Night after night, Japanese suicide squads slipped through secret tunnels to strike at the American rear. Japanese soldiers often removed their boots and wore black socks to crawl low to the ground in the darkness. They exploited hidden underground passages to suddenly emerge behind American lines, then strike supply depots or artillery positions. Some American sentries were killed silently, enemy soldiers cutting throats with daggers or lunging bayonets through their backs without a sound. On some nights, Japanese troops even hurled grenades into a makeshift American command post, then vanished before return fire could reach them. The enemy's ghostly presence kept the Americans in a constant state of tension, robbing them of sleep. Even the faintest rustle in the dark could trigger a panicked burst of gunfire, sometimes hitting their own men. The nights on Iwo Jima were anything but quiet, filled instead with savage, silent little battles that drained the spirit of both sides. By early March, the situation for the Japanese defenders had grown truly desperate. They had lost most of their strategic positions and had been forced to retreat into the northern corner of the island. Casualties mounted daily, with no reinforcements in sight. Worse still, food and water supplies were running out. Iwo Jima had no rivers or streams. The only water for the Japanese came from rainwater tanks stored underground, and now even those were empty. After days trapped in suffocating tunnels, thirst became more terrifying than bombs. Some Japanese soldiers, driven mad by thirst, risked crawling out to the dry wells at night in search of a few cups of rainwater. Most were picked off by American snipers the moment they emerged. Yet even when all hope was gone and there was no way out, the Japanese soldiers still showed no sign of surrender. The Bushido Code and their deep loyalty to the emperor ran too deep. To die in battle was glory, while surrender was shame. Many wounded Japanese lying in the tunnels pulled grenade pins to kill themselves rather than be captured alive when they heard the Americans approaching. Others pretended to surrender with a white flag, only to detonate explosives strapped to their bodies as the Marines drew near, taking their enemies with them. These brutal tricks made it clear to the Americans that this battle would see no prisoners, only the last man left standing. General Kuribayashi, the Japanese commander, remained alive and continued to direct the defense from a command post buried 30 meters underground. He had commanded the battle from that bunker from the very beginning, steadfastly rejecting any thought of surrender. But by March 14th, with less than 1/3 of the island still under Japanese control, Kuribayashi knew the end was near. He sent a message to Tokyo. "We have lost most of our artillery, tanks, and 2/3 of our officers. The remaining positions can resist for a few more days. But even if these positions fall, the survivors will continue to fight to the end. We are deeply grieved that we could not defend the island." That same day, Kuribayashi ordered his subordinates to burn the flag of the 145th Regiment, the main Japanese unit defending the island, so that the Americans could not capture its regimental colors. By that time, the 145th Regiment was reduced to fewer than a single surviving company. On March 17th, Imperial Headquarters issued a special order promoting Kuribayashi from lieutenant general to full general at the front, in recognition of his indomitable spirit. Several other officers on the island were also posthumously promoted one rank. Yet these final honors could not change the grim reality. On the night of March 17th, Kuribayashi sent his final message to Imperial General Headquarters. The battle is nearing its end, not because the spirit of His Majesty's army has faltered, but because we have completely exhausted our ammunition and food supplies. We have been without drinking water for 5 days now. All who remain will carry out one final counterattack. I believe Japan will not be safe unless we recapture this island. I pray that my spirit may guide a future counterattack. May the heavens grant our homeland the ultimate victory. The message ended with several lines of solemn, heroic poetry composed by Kuribayashi himself, including the haunting verse, "Our ammunition spent, our bodies broken, mission unfulfilled, how bitter it is. I will be reborn 7 times, to take up arms against the enemy again." These verses clearly expressed his resolve to fight to the very last breath. After sending his farewell orders, on the night of March 17th, Kuribayashi ordered all remaining Japanese units to prepare for the final battle. He told his subordinates, "From 12:01 a.m. on March 18, 1945, everyone will fight to the death. No one is permitted to think of preserving their own life." That cold order was passed down to the last scattered groups of Japanese soldiers clinging to their caves and tunnels. They all understood this would be the final fight of their lives. The remaining soldiers quietly sharpened their bayonets, cleaned their pistols, and wrote last letters to their families, then tucked them into their breast pockets. They prepared to die. On the night of March 25, 1945, darkness shrouded Iwo Jima. After several days of eerie silence, suddenly Japanese drums began to pound out a relentless rhythm. About 300 Japanese soldiers still alive gathered silently in the night, using a hidden tunnel to slip close to airfield number 2 in the center of the island. With no artillery or tanks left to support them, the Japanese lined up carrying whatever weapons they still had: rifles, bayonets, grenades, samurai swords, and even wooden staves soaked in gasoline. Many were already wounded, their heads bandaged in white, their eyes burning with the fire of desperation. Just past midnight, they suddenly charged en masse toward the American positions near the airfield. The cry of Banzai, their final battle cry, rose into the night. A terrifying sight unfolded. Black shapes surged up from the earth, screaming and hurled themselves at the American camp behind the front lines. This was the area housing American pilots, engineers, and logistics troops who were not directly engaged on the front. Caught completely by surprise, many American soldiers were stabbed to death in their sleep by cold steel bayonets. Others, panicked, grabbed rifles or whatever they could find and ran out into the chaotic night. Gunfire cracked at point-blank range, grenades exploded with deafening force, and screams filled the air. The Japanese soldiers slashed, stabbed, hurled grenades, and fired wildly into the tents. The American troops fought back desperately, but they were caught completely off guard, and the scene descended into utter chaos. Under the dim, patchy glow of flares, shadowy figures wrestled, stabbed, lunged with bayonets, and fought to the death in the darkness. Not until near dawn on March 26th did the United States forces finally restore order. The frontline Marine Corps units immediately dispatched mobile forces to rescue airfield number 2. After several hours of fierce fighting, the Japanese suicide charge was completely repelled. As daylight broke, the final battle on Iwo Jima came to an end. More than 200 Japanese soldiers who had joined the desperate attack lay dead, their bodies piled in a corner of the airfield. The Americans also suffered heavy losses, more than 100 dead and 200 wounded in that chaotic night alone. But the final Japanese resistance had been crushed. On the morning of March 26, 1945, the U.S. command officially declared Iwo Jima secured. After 36 consecutive days of fighting, the American flag was raised once again on a northern hilltop, marking the complete victory of the campaign. The Japanese commander, General Kuribayashi, did not join his men in the final suicide charge. He is believed to have chosen a solitary death in the spirit of a samurai. At dawn on March 26th, Kuribayashi and a single aide quietly left the command bunker. The two of them walked silently to an open area facing north, toward their distant homeland. Kuribayashi wore his dress uniform, adorned with medals, and drew his officer's sword. Facing home, he solemnly bowed 3 times toward the emperor. Then he knelt, removed his cap, and thrust his blade into his abdomen, slicing across in a fatal stroke, performing seppuku with honor. His aide, weeping, swung his sword down on his commander's neck to complete the ritual as ordered. Kuribayashi Tadamichi died as he had vowed, never to fall into enemy hands, fighting to his last breath. The aide buried his commander's body in a makeshift grave at the site, then turned his pistol on himself. When American forces reached the area, they found only a few broken swords and the scattered bodies of Japanese soldiers among the rubble. Kuribayashi's body was never positively identified by the Americans. He remained forever part of the island, as one with the tragic battle he had led. When the final gunfire fell silent, Iwo Jima returned to its eerie, desolate quiet, but now it was the haunting stillness of a deadly island. The sun rose high over a ghastly scene. Corpses and body parts littered the ground. The surviving American engineers began clearing the battlefield. They hastily planted wooden markers over mass graves in the sand, burying both comrades and fallen Japanese alike. The entire island reeked of death, acrid gunpowder, and the natural sulfur rising from the earth. Bodies lay scattered in trenches, curled in dark caves like soulless dolls. Many were mangled, twisted atop the black sand, stained red with dried blood. The surviving Americans walked silently through the devastation with hollow eyes. A young soldier collapsed beside his best friend's corpse, wordless, his trembling hand resting on his friend's shoulder one last time. On their smoke-streaked, hardened faces, no tears would come anymore. This tiny island, its rocky shores steeped in sulfur, had become a vast, unmarked cemetery. Among the bodies of both Americans and Japanese, letters and diaries were found, bloodied and unfinished, just like the lives of the men who lay there. The Battle of Iwo Jima, which raged for 5 weeks, ended with victory for the United States. This hellish island was liberated at a terrible price. The Americans reported about 6,800 dead and 19,000 wounded at Iwo Jima, most of them Marines. This was the only battle in Marine Corps history in which U.S. casualties exceeded those of the enemy, even though nearly 3 times as many Japanese soldiers died. Indeed, out of approximately 21,000 Japanese defenders, around 18,000 perished, many by their own hand. Only 216 Japanese soldiers were taken prisoner when the battle ended, most of them too badly wounded or unconscious to resist. About 1,000 others survived in hiding in the tunnels, continuing scattered resistance for months before finally surrendering. In terms of ferocity, Iwo Jima is remembered as one of the bloodiest battles in modern warfare. American casualties on Iwo Jima alone exceeded Allied losses on D-Day at Normandy. This small volcanic island in the Pacific became a symbol of the brutal intensity of the U.S.-Japan conflict. The victory at Iwo Jima opened the direct path to Japan's doorstep for the Americans, but the losses here sent chills even through the victors. Admiral Chester W. Nimitz praised, "Among the men who fought on Iwo Jima, uncommon valor was a common virtue. Indeed, soldiers on both sides displayed extraordinary courage in the most horrific of wars." The American flag flying over Mount Suribachi became a symbol of the U.S. fighting spirit, later immortalized in a memorial in Washington, D.C. Yet behind that heroic symbol lay an unbearably painful cost. Iwo Jima, Sulphur Island in Japanese, has forever etched its name in history as a hell on earth. Deep within the island, its cold, empty tunnels and fortifications now stand as silent witnesses. Perhaps somewhere, the hopeless prayers and dying whispers of those soldiers still echo faintly in the sea breeze. All of it remains a stark reminder to future generations of the terrible destruction of war and of the sacrifices that must never be forgotten on the fiery, blood-soaked island of Iwo Jima.
After Iwo Jima, the distance between the war and the Japanese homeland had almost disappeared. What had once been targets beyond reach had now become directly accessible, fundamentally changing how the war was fought. From this new position, pressure no longer remained confined to amphibious assaults or ground engagements. It began to expand in a different direction, pushing beyond the remaining defensive lines and into the space behind the front. Barriers that had once protected the cities were no longer enough to stop the attacks, no longer limited to isolated targets. Entire urban areas were now within reach. The war, once fought on the ground, had shifted into the sky, where distance no longer mattered, and the scale of destruction was no longer constrained by terrain or defensive lines. From that point on, the attacks were no longer aimed at specific positions, but directed straight at the cities themselves. It began in Tokyo, intense waves of attacks that turned the entire city into a sea of fire. Tokyo, the night of March 9, 1945. The city was under wartime blackout and curfew. Lights were out, traffic was sparse, and civilians lived under severe restrictions caused by shortages and months of continuous air raid warnings. None of them knew that within a few hours, Tokyo would be subjected to an air attack far beyond anything it had previously endured, the largest incendiary bombing raid in the history of warfare. At the same time, thousands of kilometers south of Tokyo, hundreds of engines of B-29 Superfortress strategic bombers were being started one by one on airfields across the Mariana Islands. Since mid-1944, after capturing Guam, Saipan, and Tinian, the United States had finally secured a forward base close enough to conduct direct air raids against the Japanese home islands. However, the daylight high-altitude bombing tactics used successfully over Europe proved ineffective over Japan. The first bombing raids against Tokyo in late 1944 largely failed to hit their targets. Strong upper-level winds pushed bombs far off course, thick cloud cover disrupted aiming, and many aircraft ran out of fuel and crashed into the ocean on their return flights. In early 1945, Major General Curtis LeMay assumed command of the 21st Bomber Command, the primary B-29 force in the Pacific, and quickly implemented a fundamental change in strategy. LeMay ordered an end to high-altitude daylight bombing and shifted to low-altitude nighttime raids at approximately 1,500 to 2,500 meters. The objective was to avoid the jet stream, improve accuracy, and operate below the most effective range of Japanese anti-aircraft guns and fighter interception. At the same time, conventional high-explosive bombs were replaced with napalm-based incendiaries, exploiting a critical vulnerability of Japanese cities. Most buildings were constructed of wood and paper and were highly flammable. To increase bomb loads, LeMay ordered the removal of nearly all defensive gun turrets on the B-29s, retaining only the tail gun, reducing weight, and allowing each aircraft to carry more incendiaries. Before launching a large-scale attack on Tokyo, the United States tested the effectiveness of incendiary bombing. On February 4, 1945, 69 B-29s dropped firebombs on Kobe. On February 25, 174 B-29s bombed Tokyo from high altitude in daylight, destroying approximately 2.6 square kilometers of the city. The results exceeded those of previous operations and further strengthened LeMay's determination to carry out a much larger attack directly against the Japanese capital. The selected target was the Shitamachi district in eastern Tokyo. a densely populated working-class area with tightly packed wooden housing and a high concentration of small workshops and household industries supplying components to the wartime economy. U.S. intelligence estimated that the area, covering roughly 12 square miles, about 31 square kilometers, was home to approximately 750,000 residents. Natural conditions and defensive weaknesses further increased the risk. Tokyo had just experienced an extended dry period, leaving buildings highly susceptible to fire. Strong northerly winds were forecast to blow throughout the night of March 9th, with gusts exceeding 100 kilometers per hour in some areas. The city's firefighting force numbered only about 8,000 personnel with limited equipment. Across all of Tokyo, only 3 ladder trucks were capable of extended reach. Meanwhile, public air raid shelters were almost non-existent, as authorities feared they would undermine civilian morale. All of these factors combined to make Tokyo, at that moment, an exceptionally vulnerable target. A vast city standing on the brink of ignition in a single night. On the evening of March 9, 1945, the bombing of Tokyo, codenamed Operation Meeting House, began. At 5:30 p.m., the first B-29 lifted off from North Field on Guam. It was followed by more than 270 other aircraft departing in sequence from Guam, Saipan, and Tinian, each taking off less than 50 seconds apart. All were heading toward a single destination, Tokyo. In total, 334 B-29s were committed to this mission, making it one of the largest single bomber operations conducted by the U.S. Army Air Forces during the war. To preserve surprise, the bombers did not fly in dense formations. Instead, they dispersed across a wide front, using darkness and flying at low altitude, approximately 1.5 to 3 kilometers, to reduce the chances of early detection by Japanese radar and searchlights. It was not until around 10:30 p.m., when the bomber stream was already nearing the Japanese mainland, that air raid sirens sounded in Tokyo. However, because the city had rarely been attacked at night, many civilians dismissed the warnings and did not seek shelter, partly because public air raid shelters were largely non-existent. Near midnight, Japanese coastal radar stations and visual observers began detecting an unusual heavy engine noise approaching rapidly. The sheer number of aircraft and their unexpected flight altitude caused confusion within the air defense system. Only at 12:15 a.m. on March 10th was a full emergency alert finally issued. By then, it was already too late. Shortly after midnight, the sky over Tokyo suddenly lit up. The first American B-29 Pathfinder aircraft reached the target and began dropping marker incendiaries. Approaching from multiple directions, they laid down incendiaries in the shape of a massive X over the densely populated working-class districts near the waterfront, primarily in the Koto and Chuo areas along the Sumida River and Tokyo Bay. The fiery X quickly became a clear visual reference for the bombers following behind. With their task complete, the Pathfinders withdrew. The main bombing phase began immediately afterward. Wave after wave of B-29s roared over Tokyo, releasing their entire bomb loads onto the marked area below. During the night, approximately 1,665 tons of bombs were dropped on the city, the vast majority of them incendiaries. The primary weapon used was the 500-pound E-46 cluster bomb, each containing 38 M69 napalm bomblets. Dropped from low altitude, the M69s scattered, penetrated thin rooftops or struck the ground, then detonated after a short delay, spraying burning napalm in all directions. Interspersed among them were 100-pound M47 incendiaries filled with jellied gasoline and white phosphorus, which ignited immediately upon impact and created sweeping fireballs through the wooden neighborhoods. Within a short time, fires erupted at tens of thousands of points across the city. During the first 2 hours, the flames spread faster than Tokyo's firefighting forces could respond. Isolated fires merged into a continuous zone of destruction covering much of the eastern inner city. In effect, a firestorm had formed. Natural winds that night, blowing at speeds of 30 to 45 kilometers per hour, further fed the flames, driving them higher and outward with uncontrollable force. Just 14 minutes after the first bombs fell, Tokyo's firefighting forces were forced to concede total defeat. Reports sent to command described the situation bluntly. A hell of fire had formed beyond any possibility of control. About 1 hour after the bombing began, the flames had already spread beyond the original target area and into neighboring districts. A vast urban expanse was engulfed by continuous fire, precisely matching General Curtis LeMay's calculated expectation of a full-scale firestorm capable of consuming Tokyo. Temperatures within the burning zone rose to levels never previously recorded. Multiple accounts indicated that at the center of the inferno, temperatures reached approximately 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit, nearly 1,000 degrees Celsius. The intense heat rose rapidly, generating powerful inward-drawing winds that stripped oxygen from the surrounding air. Many victims died where they stood, suffocated before the flames reached them. Others were killed by the sheer heat. Clothing ignited spontaneously, window glass softened and melted, then shattered, raining down onto the streets. Molten shards struck people attempting to flee, adhering to skin and hair and causing severe burns. Across the city's streets, Tokyo's residents fled in panic. Driven by instinct, many moved toward water, diving into canals, ponds, and rivers in the hope that water might shield them from the fire. That night, even water offered no refuge. At Futaba Girls' School in Honjo Ward, thousands crowded into the brick school complex and descended into the large swimming pool, believing it would provide protection from the heat. By morning, the scene was horrific. Bodies covered the grounds. They were not charred, but killed by heat, frozen in positions showing desperate attempts to reach cooler, lower levels. More than 1,000 bodies were recovered from the bottom of the pool. The water had boiled away completely, turning the pool into a lethal trap that effectively cooked those who sought refuge within it. Elsewhere, desperate crowds poured into the Sumida River and surrounding canals. Many suffocated on the surface as the superheated air contained too little oxygen to breathe. Others drowned after being pushed under by panicked masses. Bodies accumulated and drifted downstream, becoming lodged beneath bridges and forming grotesque human blockages that choked the flow of water. Above the city, B-29s continued to circle the target area for more than an hour, feeding additional incendiaries into the vast fire below. Japanese air defenses responded weakly, exactly as LeMay had anticipated. Some anti-aircraft batteries and searchlights briefly detected American aircraft, but the B-29s were flying too low, too fast, and in overwhelming numbers. Most anti-aircraft fire was ineffective, and Japanese fighter aircraft were largely unable to take off or organize interceptions in the darkness. The greatest danger to the American bomber crews that night did not come from enemy fire, but from the firestorm they themselves had created. The extreme heat generated violent atmospheric turbulence. Many B-29s were shaken violently, experiencing sudden altitude changes of hundreds of meters within seconds as they passed over rising columns of superheated air. Some aircraft were caught in powerful updrafts and rolled inverted. Crews only realized what had happened when loose equipment flew across the cabin and, through the cockpit windows, they saw the inferno that had been below now raging above them. Several B-29s that passed directly through towering columns of smoke and flame were violently thrown off course, with turbulence posing a greater threat than Japanese defenses. When bomb bay doors were opened to release the final loads, many pilots reported an overwhelming stench flooding into the cockpit. Smoke from the burning city rose thousands of meters into the air, carrying with it the smell of human flesh. The odor clung to flight suits, equipment, and aircraft interiors. and days after returning to base, it still had not fully faded. At dawn on March 10, 1945, the sky over Tokyo was still glowing red, but the last B-29s had already withdrawn after completing their bombing runs. Fires continued to smolder across the city for days before finally dying out. When daylight came on the morning of March 10th, Tokyo appeared erased. Vast urban areas had been reduced to ash, rubble, and drifting smoke. What had once been homes, temples, and workshops was now an expanse of blackened ground stretching as far as the eye could see. Bodies lay scattered throughout the streets. Many had died while trying to escape. Countless victims were burned so completely that only ash-like human shapes remained. In some areas, charred bodies were piled as high as 2 meters, formed as people collapsed on top of one another with no route of escape. Rivers and canals running through the city were filled with floating corpses. It is estimated that around 100,000 Tokyo civilians were killed in a single night. The exact number has remained debated ever since, but most studies place the death toll between 80,000 and over 100,000, with approximately 40,000 injured and more than 1 million people left homeless by this single firebombing. It is widely regarded as the deadliest air raid in world history. The material destruction inflicted on Tokyo was immense. Approximately 15.8 square miles, about 41 square kilometers, of the city were completely destroyed. Eastern Tokyo districts, where dense residential neighborhoods and networks of small household industries were concentrated, were nearly wiped off the map. Post-raid assessments recorded roughly 267,000 buildings destroyed. More than 1 million residents were rendered homeless overnight. Industrial output across Tokyo dropped by at least 50%, as most small-scale production facilities embedded within residential areas were burned to the ground. The psychological impact on Japanese society was equally profound. For the first time since the war began, many Tokyo residents believed that the Japanese Empire could no longer defend itself. Faith in government assurances and slogans promising a final victory began to collapse. The Tokyo Inferno became undeniable proof that the war had entered a new and devastating phase. On the American side, U.S. Army Air Forces Command received the results with clear satisfaction. B-29 crews returned to their bases in the Mariana Islands on the morning of March 10th, carrying with them the smell of the burning city, still clinging to their flight gear and aircraft interiors. In total, the United States lost approximately 14 B-29s during the operation, some to anti-aircraft fire, others to accidents and severe atmospheric turbulence caused by the firestorm. Around 90 American airmen were recorded as killed or missing, a relatively small loss compared to the destruction inflicted. General Curtis LeMay and U.S. Army Air Force's Chief of Staff, Hap Arnold, hailed the operation as a decisive success and a clear demonstration of the effectiveness of B-29 area bombing strategy. The objective of destroying Tokyo's network of household-based war production had been achieved in a single night. This success accelerated the expansion of similar operations across Japan. In the weeks that followed, major cities such as Nagoya, Osaka, and Kobe suffered comparable incendiary raids. In the months thereafter, more than 60 Japanese cities were devastated by air attacks, resulting in hundreds of thousands of civilian deaths and millions left homeless. The strategic bombing campaign only ended when Japan stood on the brink of total collapse. On August 6th and August 9th, 1945, the United States dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Faced with unprecedented destruction, from incendiary raids that erased cities to nuclear weapons that annihilated them outright, Emperor Hirohito announced Japan's unconditional surrender on August 15, 1945, bringing World War II to an end. Owing in part to the sustained bombing campaign over the preceding months, the Allied powers did not have to carry out a planned invasion of the Japanese home islands. an operation expected to cost millions of lives on both sides. To this day, the Tokyo firebombing of March 9th to 10th, 1945, is recognized as the most destructive aerial bombardment in human history. The scale of devastation and loss of life exceeded that of any other bombing campaign during World War II. When measured over a single night, the death toll in Tokyo surpassed that caused by either atomic bomb individually. For this reason, the event remains the subject of intense ethical debate. Many historians and critics argue that the deliberate incineration of a city filled with civilians constituted a grave violation of humanitarian principles, and possibly a war crime. Regardless of how history ultimately judges it, the Tokyo firestorm stands as a stark reminder of the immense human cost of modern warfare, an enduring warning of the devastation war inflicts on civilian populations. After Tokyo, the war did not stop with the bombing campaigns from the air. Even as cities were brought within reach and subjected to devastating destruction, it was still not enough to force Japan to accept the end of the war. The pressure continued to build, but this time it came not only from the sky, but from a direct approach toward the homeland itself. The remaining distance was no longer a matter of range or firepower, but a final advance on the ground, where all resistance would be concentrated. In that context, the war returned to its most brutal form, a direct confrontation with no defensive depth left and no room to retreat. This was not simply another battle to seize territory, but a final test of the remaining defensive system. And this step was no longer taking place on distant islands, but at the very doorstep of Japan. It took place at Okinawa, a brutal battle of unprecedented scale and intensity, where both sides were drawn into a prolonged and unforgiving confrontation. In early 1945, World War II was entering its final phase. In Europe, Nazi Germany was on the brink of collapse. But in the Pacific, the fighting remained fierce, and the gateway into the heart of Japan was slowly opening. After bloody victories at Iwo Jima and in the Philippines, the U.S. High Command set its next target, Okinawa, the largest island of the Ryukyu chain, lying less than 600 kilometers from Japan's main islands. This would be the strategic springboard for the invasion of the Japanese homeland, where airfields and ports could directly support the planned landings on Kyushu. For Tokyo, Okinawa was a lifeline. For the first time in the war, Japanese territory, even if peripheral, was facing a direct, large-scale assault. If it fell, the road to the main islands would be wide open. Determined to prevent that, the Imperial Japanese Army turned Okinawa into a fortress to the death, where more than 100,000 troops of the 32nd Army under Lieutenant General Mitsuru Ushijima were prepared to fight to the last man. Tens of thousands of civilians, including women and school children, were mobilized to serve in logistics or even take up arms, making this battle a bloodbath with no clear line between front and rear. The United States codenamed the operation to capture Okinawa Iceberg and prepared for the largest amphibious assault in the history of the Pacific Theater. The U.S. 10th Army, commanded by Lieutenant General Simon Bolivar Buckner Jr., worked in conjunction with Admiral Raymond Spruance's powerful Fifth Fleet, mobilizing 184,000 troops and over 1,500 warships. In the days leading up to the landing, the American fleet unleashed a steel storm on the island, but most of Japan's underground tunnels and fortifications remained intact. Learning from previous defeats, Ushijima abandoned the suicidal Banzai counterattacks and instead adopted a war of attrition strategy designed by Colonel Hiromichi Yahara. Rather than defending the beaches, Japanese forces pulled back to the southern part of Okinawa, using the mountainous terrain around the former capital of Shuri to build a multi-layered defensive line. Inside concrete bunkers and interconnected caves, They waited for the Americans to advance into their killing zones before unleashing concentrated fire, inflicting maximum casualties, and retreating back into the tunnels. The Battle of Okinawa was thus destined to be one of the bloodiest and most brutal clashes of World War II, where every inch of ground would be paid for in blood, and both sides knew whoever prevailed here would hold the key to ending the war. On the morning of April 1st, 1945, coinciding with Easter Sunday and, ironically, April Fool's Day, the landing operation on Okinawa officially began. Hundreds of U.S. landing craft surged toward Hagushi Beach on the island's western shore, under intense covering fire from naval guns and aircraft. The Allied troops stepped into the water expecting to face fierce resistance the moment they set foot on land. But to everyone's astonishment, not a single Japanese soldier was waiting. Thousands of American troops crossed the beach unscathed, encountering only a few frightened civilians hiding in houses and shelters. The silence was so uncanny that Admiral Raymond Spruance remarked, "Perhaps the Japanese have given up," to which Admiral Chester Nimitz jokingly replied, "Leave out the word perhaps." In reality, exactly as planned, General Mitsuru Ushijima had ordered his forces to remain still, allowing the Americans to advance inland straight into the death trap prepared in the south. By the end of L-Day, roughly 60,000 U.S. troops had landed successfully and established a solid beachhead. In the days that followed, they rapidly expanded their control, seizing the strategic Yontan and Kadena airfields, and within just 4 days cutting across the island to the eastern shore, a mission the U.S. command had originally estimated would take 3 weeks. The American flag flew over the newly captured airfields, signaling a promising start. Lieutenant General Simon Bolivar Buckner immediately moved to the next phase, sending the 6th Marine Division north to clean out the remainder of the island, while directing the Army's 7th and 96th Divisions south toward Shuri, which he believed housed the enemy's headquarters. Northern Okinawa was only lightly defended, mainly by the Japanese 44th Independent Regiment entrenched on the Motobu Peninsula in scattered caves. After about 2 weeks of fighting, they were wiped out by the Marines. By April 18, 1945, the entire northern half of the island was under Allied control, with fewer than 1,000 U.S. casualties. However, this victory was merely the calm before the storm. In the south, around the Shuri-Naha area, the Japanese had concentrated their full strength into a multi-layered, heavily fortified defense line, setting the stage for the decisive battlefield of the Okinawa campaign. When U.S. forces began pushing into southern Okinawa, the true nightmare began. On April 4, 1945, the spearhead of the U.S. Army suddenly ran into fierce fire from elevated positions ahead, the forward line of Japanese defenses known as the Machinato Line. Japanese artillery and mortars poured down from the hillsides, while machine guns hidden in bunkers on both flanks swept across the advancing troops, forcing American infantry to hug the ground. At Hacksaw Ridge, on the western flank of the Shuri line, the opening clash of a bloody struggle erupted. Groups of U.S. soldiers trying to climb the slopes were thrown back by invisible bursts of fire from positions hidden deep within the caves. Tanks moving up in support blundered into ambushes. Bogged down or blown apart by mines, they were quickly assaulted by Japanese infantry crawling out of underground tunnels to destroy them with explosives or grenades. Interconnected caves and cliffs of Hacksaw formed a deadly maze, allowing Japanese troops to move unseen beneath the ground and suddenly appear behind enemy lines. For days, American forces launched one assault after another, only to be driven back by tenacious defenders. In the end, the first attempt to break the Shuri line had to be called off, leaving hundreds of bodies scattered across slopes bristling with enemy fortifications. But Hacksaw was only the beginning. Throughout April 1945, The fight for every hill and every yard of trench raged around the northern approaches to Shuri. Positions with deceptively romantic code names became symbols of hell on earth: Sugarloaf Hill, Horseshoe, Half Moon, and Conical Hill. Each ridge and cave might change hands multiple times in a single day. Many American soldiers, after enduring hours of unrelenting combat, suffered complete mental collapse or broke down in the field under the unprecedented intensity of Okinawa's battle. By May, the weather worsened the misery. Torrential rains turned the battlefield into a sucking morass. Soldiers on both sides lay in foul, stinking mud mixed with blood and the bodies of comrades, continuing the fight in conditions where life and death seemed indistinguishable. Amid this carnage, a rare act of courage offered a flicker of hope. On April 26, 1945, at Maida Escarpment, known as Hacksaw Ridge, U.S. troops launched a decisive assault on a cluster of Japanese-held heights. The battle inflicted horrific casualties on both sides. In the midst of the gunfire, U.S. Army medic Desmond Doss achieved the impossible. Without carrying a weapon, he crawled through the mud for 12 hours, one by one dragging 75 wounded comrades to the cliff's edge and lowering them by rope to safety below. That selfless act would later earn Doss the Medal of Honor and become the centerpiece of the acclaimed film Hacksaw Ridge. But in that moment, on the cold, windswept heights of Maida, he was simply a small beacon of light in the blood-soaked, desperate landscape of Okinawa. The fighting around Okinawa was not confined to the land. The skies and surrounding seas also became scenes of brutal combat. From the moment U.S. troops set foot on the island, Japan unleashed its most fearsome weapon, the kamikaze suicide attack. On the afternoon of April 6, 1945, more than 300 suicide planes took off from the Japanese mainland, diving en masse toward the Allied fleet encircling Okinawa. This was the first wave of 10 Kikusui, floating chrysanthemum attacks, launched during the campaign. The bomb-laden planes struck U.S. warships like giant fireballs. Destroyers stationed on the outer defensive screen bore the brunt. Many were set ablaze, and some sank instantly. The following day, April 7th, the Imperial Japanese Navy gambled everything in Operation Tengo, hoping to turn the tide. At its core was the legendary super battleship Yamato, accompanied by a cruiser and 8 destroyers. The mission was, in essence, a suicide run. The ships carried only enough fuel for a one-way trip, intending to beach themselves near Okinawa and use Yamato's massive 460mm guns to fire directly on U.S. forces ashore. But the plan quickly unraveled. That morning, the Japanese task force was spotted mid-route by an American submarine. By midday, more than 380 aircraft from U.S. carriers swarmed in, unleashing a torrent of bombs and torpedoes. After over 2 hours of hopeless resistance, Yamato was struck repeatedly, exploded violently, and sank, taking about 3,000 crew members, including Vice Admiral Seiichi Ito, to the bottom. The cruiser Yahagi and most of the escorting destroyers were also sunk, with only 3 crippled destroyers making it back to Japan. From that point, the Imperial Japanese Navy was effectively finished. Even without its main fleet, Japan did not halt the airborne onslaught. For weeks, wave after wave of kamikazes slammed into the U.S. fleet offshore. The U.S. Fifth Fleet suffered unprecedented losses, 36 warships sunk and roughly 368 others damaged to varying degrees. Even large aircraft carriers were not safe, notably the USS Bunker Hill, which was struck by 2 suicide planes in quick succession one morning, killing nearly 400 sailors and putting the carrier out of action. American sailors described the horror of the kamikaze raids as hell raining down from the sky. In total, Japan used over 1,400 suicide pilots in the Battle of Okinawa, killing around 4,900 Allied personnel, mostly sailors, and wounding nearly 5,000 more. The U.S. Navy's losses accounted for nearly 1/3 of all Allied fatalities in Okinawa, a figure that stunned the Allied High Command. Admiral Chester Nimitz bitterly remarked, "We are losing an average of a ship and a half every day during the prolonged anchorage under relentless suicide attacks." This grim reality put immense pressure on General Buckner on land to accelerate the destruction of Japanese forces before the fleet offshore was worn down to breaking point. In southern Okinawa, after weeks of relentless assaults, U.S. forces gradually wore down and breached sections of the Japanese defensive lines. On April 20th, 1945, the forward Makanato line was destroyed following bloody battles at Kakazu and the surrounding area. But this was still not the final objective. Ahead lay the main defensive belt encircling Shuri Castle, the most fortified stronghold and the primary Japanese command center on the island. To break through this steel shell, General Simon Buckner changed tactics. He withdrew the exhausted Army divisions from the main axis of attack and replaced them with the battle-hardened 1st and 6th Marine Divisions. From early May 1945, the Marines launched new offensives against the western flank of Shuri, focusing on the outlying strong points of Sugarloaf Hill, Horseshoe, and Half Moon Hill. The fighting here was ferocious. For nearly a week, U.S. Marines fought in continuous close combat under heavy fire before capturing these critical heights, wiping out most of the Japanese regiment defending Shuri's western flank. The cost, however, was staggering. At Sugarloaf Hill alone, about 2,000 U.S. casualties were suffered in just a few days, with an entire Marine regiment virtually wiped out and forced to withdraw for reorganization. Facing the threat of a breakthrough, during the night of May 3rd to 4th, 1945, General Mitsuru Ushijima committed his reserve forces in a full-scale counterattack. Thousands of Japanese soldiers surged forward in the dark, attempting to drive U.S. forces from the high ground around Shuri. Simultaneously, a special attack unit in rubber boats tried to slip out to sea and land behind U.S. lines to strike Yantan airfield. The plan collapsed completely. On land, Japanese infantry were crushed by overwhelming U.S. firepower, and at sea, the raiding party was detected by radar and almost entirely destroyed offshore. Within a matter of days, Japan lost an estimated 6,000 elite troops. Morale within the Japanese ranks began to falter. By mid-May, the American encirclement of Shuri was tightening. From both west and east, U.S. forces were only a few hundred meters from the walls. On May 25th, the battleship USS Mississippi fired directly at Shuri Castle's main tower, turning the symbol of Japanese authority into an inferno. On the night of May 21st, in the underground command bunker beneath the castle, Ushijima met with his senior officers. Chief of Staff Isamu Cho pressed to fight to the end, but most argued for a withdrawal to preserve forces for a final stand. Ushijima agreed. Over the following nights, small groups of Japanese troops quietly slipped away toward the island's southern tip, using mountain paths under the cover of darkness. U.S. forces initially did not notice, only realizing the withdrawal when scouts reported columns of men in white clothing, civilian garb, moving out of Shuri at night. Determined not to let the prey escape, the Americans launched an all-out assault. On May 29, 1945, the flag of the U.S. 1st Marine Division was raised over the ruins of Shuri Castle. The most formidable Japanese defensive position on Okinawa had fallen. It marked the collapse of the last symbol of Imperial Japan's pride on the island. Even after Shuri had fallen, the battle was not over. Around 30,000 remnants of the Japanese army withdrew to the Kian Peninsula, a rugged, hilly area at the island's southern tip, their last defensive position. With little heavy weaponry left, they fought on with whatever they had. Many soldiers, once out of ammunition, charged directly at U.S. troops in hand-to-hand combat with samurai swords or bayonets, turning the final clashes into a chaotic bloodbath. In the air, though nearly out of planes, the Japanese sent out a few outdated aircraft for final suicide missions, with some pilots even diving into formations of American tanks. On the ground, U.S. forces advanced while repeatedly broadcasting surrender appeals over loudspeakers, but most Japanese soldiers ignored them, choosing to fight to the death. On June 18, 1945, with the battle's outcome already clear, Lieutenant General Simon Buckner, the overall U.S. commander on Okinawa, was killed by artillery fire while inspecting the front lines, making him the highest-ranking U.S. officer to die from enemy fire in all of World War II. The very next day, Brigadier General Claudius M. Easley was also killed on the Southern Front. These losses only strengthened the American resolve to end the battle swiftly. On the evening of June 21, 1945, the U.S. flag was raised over Kitano Point, the southernmost tip of Okinawa. The Japanese guns had all but fallen silent. Ushijima's defensive force was destroyed or scattered. At dawn on June 22, 1945, knowing they could no longer hold out, Lieutenant General Mitsuru Ushijima and Chief of Staff Isamu Cho performed seppuku on a cliff, taking their command swords with them so they would not fall into enemy hands. Their deaths marked the complete end of all organized Japanese resistance on Okinawa. The 82-day battle, a hell of blood and fire, had finally come to an end. Okinawa had fallen. The Battle of Okinawa has been called the bloodiest battle of the Pacific, and that is no exaggeration when looking at the casualty figures. Japan was almost entirely wiped out on the island. Around 100,000 to 110,000 soldiers were killed, and fewer than 7,500 were taken prisoner, most of them badly wounded or exhausted. The vast majority fought to the death or committed suicide rather than surrender. The civilians of Okinawa also endured an unprecedented tragedy. At least 40,000 and possibly more than 100,000 were killed. Convinced by propaganda that American troops would torture them if captured, many families chose mass suicide. Some clutched grenades to kill themselves, leapt from cliffs into the sea, or used knives and ropes to end their own lives and those of their loved ones. For this reason, Okinawa in 1945 was not just a battle, but a humanitarian catastrophe deeply etched into Japan's memory. For the Allies, victory also came at a terrible cost. Over 12,000 Americans, some sources say as many as 14,000, were killed, including Army, Marine Corps, and Navy personnel. Among them were General Simon Buckner and famed war correspondent Ernie Pyle, who was killed on April 18th on the island of Hiroshima near Okinawa. About 35,000 to 36,000 other Americans were wounded. For the U.S. Navy in particular, the damage inflicted by kamikaze attacks was immense. Roughly 4,900 sailors were killed, and dozens of warships were sunk or heavily damaged. U.S. casualties at Okinawa even exceeded the combined total of the Iwo Jima and Guadalcanal battles, leaving many American commanders stunned. Beyond the loss of life, Okinawa left deep psychological scars. It recorded the highest number of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD cases, among surviving American troops of any battle in World War II. With Okinawa in hand, the U.S. now possessed an ideal forward base for Operation Downfall, the planned invasion of Japan. However, the staggering losses there alarmed Washington. Reports to President Harry S. Truman predicted that an invasion of the Japanese mainland could cost millions of lives. Japan had already shown its willingness to fight to the last man, even arming civilians. Faced with this prospect, Truman chose another course, the Manhattan Project. On July 26, 1945, the U.S. and its allies issued the Potsdam Declaration, demanding Japan's surrender or face complete destruction. When Japan ignored the warning, the U.S. dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima, August 6th, and Nagasaki, August 9th, alongside the Soviet Union's campaign in Manchuria. Cornered, Emperor Hirohito announced Japan's surrender on September 2, 1945, officially ending World War II. Okinawa marked the end of Japan's resistance in the Pacific. The 82-day bloodbath not only annihilated Japan's last major fighting force in the region, but also shaped how the war would end, leading the U.S. to choose the atomic bomb over the gamble of an invasion. The sacrifices at Okinawa remain a lasting reminder to future generations of the ultimate horrors of war. After Okinawa, the war had reached its limit. What unfolded on that island made it clear that if the conflict continued in the same way, the cost of every next step would be even more devastating. Even as the front line was pushed to the very edge of Japan, resistance showed no sign of collapsing. Each battle was no longer about territorial control, but a war of total attrition, where losses mounted day by day with no clear end in sight. In that context, the question was no longer how to win the war, but how to end it without paying the same unbearable cost again. Previous options, blockade, bombing, and invasion, had all been tested, yet none offered a rapid conclusion. As a result, a decisive choice was made, one that no longer targeted a specific battlefield, but struck directly at the enemy's ability to continue the war. It did not take place on the ground, nor did it resemble a conventional battle. It took place in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, devastating attacks of unprecedented destructive power that brought the war to an end in a way the world had never witnessed. World War II entered 1945 with the balance clearly tilted in favor of the Allies. In Europe, Nazi Germany had already surrendered in May, but in the Pacific, Japan continued to resist despite its desperate situation. The bloody battles of Iwo Jima and Okinawa earlier that year revealed the Japanese Army's determination to fight to the death. At Okinawa alone, U.S. forces suffered around 72,000 casualties, while Japan lost more than 100,000 soldiers along with tens of thousands of civilians. Faced with the prospect of launching a direct invasion of the Japanese home islands, Operation Downfall, American leaders estimated that casualties on both sides could reach into the millions. President Harry S. Truman was forced to find a way to make Japan surrender quickly, avoiding a bloody invasion while also keeping the element of retribution for Pearl Harbor. At that moment, the United States held a secret weapon, the atomic bomb, the result of the Manhattan Project, launched in 1942 with cooperation from Britain and Canada. Thousands of leading scientists, including Robert Oppenheimer, had poured their efforts into the project. On July 16, 1945, in the New Mexico desert, the world's first atomic bomb was tested under the code name Trinity. The explosion produced a massive fireball and a mushroom cloud tens of thousands of meters high, marking the dawn of the nuclear age. News of the test was immediately relayed to Truman while he was attending the Potsdam Conference with Allied leaders. Soon after, the U.S., Britain, and China issued the Potsdam Declaration, demanding Japan's unconditional surrender under threat of utter destruction. But Tokyo ignored the ultimatum, as its leadership remained divided. The civilian side sought negotiations that would preserve the emperor's role, while the military insisted on fighting to the bitter end in hopes of a decisive battle that might shift the balance. In this situation, Truman made one of the most controversial decisions of the 20th century: to use the atomic bomb. An advisory committee led by Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson held multiple meetings to weigh the options. Some argued for a demonstration explosion in an uninhabited area to warn Japan, but most feared that if the show of force failed to compel surrender, the U.S. would lose the element of shock. In the end, the committee agreed. The target had to be a city significant enough to shock both the government and the public, forcing unconditional surrender. The list of potential targets included Kyoto, Hiroshima, Yokohama, and Kokura. Although Kyoto initially ranked high due to its symbolic importance, Stimson insisted on removing it because of its cultural value, replacing it with Nagasaki. The final list consisted of Hiroshima, Kokura, Nagasaki, and Niigata. On July 25, 1945, Truman officially ordered General Carl A. Spaatz, commander of U.S. Strategic Air Forces in the Pacific, to prepare to drop the atomic bomb on one of the 4 targets immediately after August 3rd, weather permitting. 2 bombs were ready. Little Boy, fueled by uranium-235, intended for Hiroshima, and Fat Man, using plutonium-239, aimed at Kokura with Nagasaki as a backup target. Everything had already been moved to the Tinian Air Base in the Pacific. By early August 1945, the U.S. military was fully prepared to unleash the first nuclear attack in human history, a strike that would not only end the war, but also reshape the global order for decades to come. Hiroshima, an important industrial port city in the southwest of Honshu, had about 350,000 residents in 1945. Unlike many other Japanese cities that had already been ravaged by American bombing raids in the final months of the war, Hiroshima remained almost completely intact. This led to speculation among its residents. Some believed the city was being saved to serve as an American headquarters after the war. Others thought it was spared because many people in Hiroshima had relatives living in the U.S. The truth was far harsher. Precisely because it was untouched, Hiroshima was chosen to demonstrate the pure destructive power of the new weapon, the atomic bomb. In the early hours of August 6, 1945, the mission began. At 2:45 a.m., from Tinian Air Base, the B-29 bomber Enola Gay, commanded by Colonel Paul Tibbets, took off carrying Little Boy, the world's first atomic bomb to be used in war. 2 other B-29s flew alongside, the great artiste with measuring instruments and necessary evil assigned to take photographs. Hours earlier, weather reconnaissance planes had scouted Hiroshima and the backup targets of Kokura and Nagasaki. At around 5:55 a.m., the planes regrouped over Iwo Jima as planned before heading toward Japan. During the flight, Major William Parsons, the mission's technical officer, assembled and armed the bomb inside the aircraft. He knew the risk. A single accident on takeoff could have obliterated Tinian itself. Only once the bomber had reached a safe altitude did he insert the detonator, putting Little Boy into a ready state. By 7:30 a.m., the formation entered Japanese airspace. In Hiroshima, air raid sirens had sounded earlier when radar detected a few American planes nearby, but seeing only a handful, authorities dismissed them as reconnaissance. At 7:09 a.m., loudspeakers announced that the danger had passed. Citizens left their shelters, children returned to school, and workers resumed their shifts. The city regained the calm of a summer morning, the last moments of peace it would ever know. At exactly 8:15 a.m., Enola Gay released its payload. From nearly 31,000 feet, Little Boy fell for 44 seconds before detonating at an altitude of 580 meters above the city center. A blinding flash brighter than the sun erupted, followed by a massive fireball reaching millions of degrees. With the force of 16,000 tons of TNT, the explosion unleashed an intense flash, a devastating shockwave, and a searing blast of heat that consumed everything for miles. The intended target was the Aioi Bridge, easily recognizable from the air due to its T-shape. But crosswinds pushed the bomb about 240 meters off, causing it to explode above the Shema Hospital. Within moments, everything within a 1.6-kilometer radius was obliterated, and vast swaths of the city burst into flames. In the sky, Enola Gay banked sharply to escape. Less than a minute later, the shockwave caught up with the aircraft, shaking the 30-ton bomber violently. Tibbets and his crew turned to witness the spectacle behind them, a giant mushroom cloud rising furiously, engulfing the sky. "The light was brighter than the sun," one crew member murmured, while Parsons muttered, "What just happened was both terrifying and awe-inspiring." Another officer could only whisper, "My God." Hiroshima, a city that minutes before had been alive with ordinary summer routines, had vanished beneath a sea of fire and black smoke. Beneath the blast, the people of Hiroshima endured a morning of horror unlike anything the world had ever seen. When the bomb detonated, many recalled seeing a blinding bluish-white flash, the pika, or lightning flash, as the Japanese called it, before being thrown to the ground by the crushing roar, the dawn. Within a radius of just 1 to 2 kilometers from the hypocenter, the unimaginable heat, soaring to 4,000 degrees Celsius, incinerated human bodies instantly. Tens of thousands of men, women, and children were vaporized or reduced to charred remains in an instant. Further out, countless others were hurled through the air by the shockwave. Houses collapsed, glass shattered into lethal shards. Almost immediately, thousands of small fires, sparked by broken gas lines, stoves, and electrical wires, merged into an immense firestorm that swept through the city, with winds so fierce they carried victims into the rivers. Within an hour, Hiroshima had become a living hell, streets engulfed in flames, buildings erased from existence, the dead and dying scattered everywhere. Survivors wandered dazed through the ashes, unable to recognize the familiar streets of their hometown. The anguished cries of those trapped under rubble or writhing in agony from burns echoed across the ruins. Yoshito Matsushige, the only photographer to capture images in Hiroshima that day, later wrote, "The sight was truly horrific. It was like a piece of hell on earth." By evening on August 6th, the flames had begun to die down. The city was almost completely erased. About 69% of all structures were destroyed, and another 6 to 7% heavily damaged. Only the most robust reinforced concrete frames remained standing, among them the Industrial Promotion Hall directly beneath the blast. Everyone inside perished, yet the building's skeletal dome endured, a silent witness to the tragedy. Today, those ruins stand as the Hiroshima Peace Memorial, or Genbaku Dome, preserved as a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 1996. The human toll is nearly impossible to calculate. It is estimated that 70,000 to 80,000 people were killed instantly by the blast and ensuing fires. In the days and months that followed, tens of thousands more succumbed to grievous injuries, burns, and a mysterious sickness not yet understood, later identified as radiation poisoning. Many who had seemed unharmed collapsed days later, their hair falling out, suffering vomiting, bleeding, weakness, and death. With Hiroshima's hospitals and infrastructure obliterated, medical relief was almost non-existent. By the end of 1945, the death toll in Hiroshima was estimated at around 140,000, nearly half the city's pre-war population. The most chilling fact was that over 90% of the victims were civilians, including vast numbers of women, children, and the elderly. Around 20 Allied prisoners of war, American, British, and Dutch, held near the city center, also perished. Hiroshima had become a massive collective grave, the first place on Earth where humankind witnessed the devastation of nuclear warfare. News of the atomic bomb's terrifying power was immediately relayed back to Washington. On the afternoon of August 6, 1945, U.S. time, President Harry S. Truman addressed the nation by radio, announcing briefly that the United States had dropped an atomic bomb on Hiroshima, a Japanese military base. He warned Japan that if it did not accept the Allies' terms of unconditional surrender at once, it would face a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth. It was a direct threat that America was prepared to keep using atomic bombs until Japan capitulated. At the same time, the U.S. military scattered more than 6 million leaflets over dozens of Japanese cities, explaining that a single atomic bomb carried the destructive power of 2,000 B-29s attacking at once, and urging citizens to pressure the emperor to end the war. Ironically, due to distribution issues, Nagasaki did not receive these warning leaflets until August 10th, after it had already been bombed. In Tokyo, the destruction of Hiroshima shocked the Japanese leadership, but it was still not enough to force immediate surrender. The Supreme War Council, consisting of Prime Minister Suzuki and the heads of the military branches, convened an emergency meeting. Even though the devastation of Hiroshima dwarfed all previous air raids, Japan's generals remained defiant. They still hoped the Soviet Union might mediate, or at least wanted to wait and see if the U.S. had more bombs. The Japanese government quietly insisted on 4 conditions for surrender: preserving the emperor's system, Kokutai, disarming their own military, avoiding Allied occupation, and trying war criminals domestically. But the Allies had made it clear they would accept nothing short of unconditional surrender, leaving the gap between both sides irreconcilable. Emperor Hirohito hesitated, and Prime Minister Suzuki could not unify his cabinet. Then, before Japan could make its move, came the blow they most feared. The Soviet Union declared war. On the night of August 8, 1945, that fear became reality. At 11 p.m. Moscow time, Soviet Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov summoned the Japanese ambassador to announce that the USSR was unilaterally abrogating its neutrality pact. Just hours later, in the early morning of August 9th, Tokyo time, the Red Army launched its massive offensive into Manchuria, with more than 1.5 million troops storming Japanese-occupied Manchuria, Korea, and Sakhalin. It was a strategic death blow. Japan was caught in a vice, America pressing from the east and the Soviets from the north and west, leaving no hope of stalling for favorable terms. Yet inside Tokyo, the military faction still resisted. War Minister Korichika Anami and the Army's high command pushed for martial law across the nation, even preparing to stage a coup if Emperor Hirohito chose to surrender. And in that moment of turmoil, America's second atomic bomb was already on its way toward another Japanese city. The second atomic strike had originally been scheduled for August 11th, giving Japan several days to absorb the shock of Hiroshima. But with forecasts of poor weather starting on August 10th, and with the Soviet Union's sudden entry into the war, the U.S. advanced the mission to August 9th, 1945. The primary target was the industrial city of Kokura on Kyushu Island, with Nagasaki designated as the secondary target if Kokura could not be bombed. The second atomic weapon, nicknamed Fat Man and coded F-31, was fully assembled and assigned to the crew of Captain Charles W. Sweeney, who had piloted the Great Artiste during the Hiroshima mission and now flew the B-29 Boxcar. At 3:47 a.m., Tinian time, Boxcar lifted off carrying Fat Man toward Japan. Escorting the bomber were 2 other planes, Lagan Dragon, sent ahead to scout the weather over Kokura, and Big Stink, carrying cameras and observers, including 2 British officers invited to witness history. This time, Colonel Paul Tibbets of Enola Gay fame did not command, leaving Sweeney with full authority to decide whether or not to drop the bomb depending on conditions. The mission encountered problems even before takeoff. During pre-flight checks, engineers discovered a faulty fuel pump that rendered 7,000 liters of fuel in one tank unusable. This meant the aircraft would have to carry the dead weight of the fuel, but could not access it in flight, a critical handicap. Although the issue could have been fixed or the bomb transferred to another aircraft, either option would have taken hours, and Fat Man was already armed with a highly sensitive detonator. Sweeney chose to risk it, pressing on with limited fuel reserves. After nearly 7 hours in the air, Boxcar reached the rendezvous point off Japan. But Big Stink failed to appear due to a navigation error, forcing Sweeney to circle for 40 minutes, burning precious fuel. Finally, at 8:45 a.m., he abandoned the wait and turned toward Kokura. Reports from Lagan Dragon said the skies were clear, but when Boxcar arrived, the crew found the city shrouded in thick smoke. The day before, U.S. bombing raids on a nearby city had created massive fires whose smoke drifted over Kokura. Japanese factory workers also deliberately set coal fires to thicken the haze. For nearly 50 minutes, Boxcar made 3 passes over Kokura, searching for a clear drop zone, but over 70% of the target was obscured. Heavy anti-aircraft fire from the ground further complicated matters, making a visual drop impossible. With fuel running critically low, Sweeney reluctantly abandoned Kokura. From that incident came the Japanese saying, "Lucky as Kokura," meaning an escape from catastrophe by the narrowest of margins. The formation turned toward the secondary target, Nagasaki, about 150 kilometers away. Nagasaki, a large port city nestled among coastal hills and valleys of Kyushu, had already sounded an air raid alert at 7:50 a.m. when radar picked up approaching aircraft. But at 8:30, the all-clear was given after only 2 reconnaissance planes were sighted. Citizens resumed their routines. Workers headed to factories, children went back to school, and others returned home from shelters. When Boxcar and its companion plane arrived at around 10:55 a.m., Nagasaki's defenses did not respond, likely assuming the small formation was the same reconnaissance flight seen earlier. In fact, Nagasaki had never been included in the U.S. leaflet warning campaign. Its residents were completely unaware of Hiroshima's annihilation just 3 days earlier. At 11 a.m., the skies above Nagasaki were heavy with clouds. Captain Charles Sweeney, commander of the Boxcar, initially intended to release the bomb using radar, a blind drop without visual confirmation, in order to save both time and the last drops of fuel. But Major Charles Alberry, the bombardier, requested a few more minutes in hopes of spotting a break in the cloud cover. Fortune struck at the very last moment. At 11:01, the clouds briefly parted, revealing the Urakami Valley Industrial District in northern Nagasaki. Lieutenant Kermit Behan, the bombardier, shouted that he had the target in sight and released Fat Man from about 9,000 meters. After 47 seconds of free fall, the bomb detonated at 11:02 a.m. on August 9, 1945. Once again, the skies over Japan erupted with the destructive force of nuclear fire. Fat Man, with a plutonium core weighing about 6 kilograms, was more powerful than Little Boy. It exploded at an altitude of 503 meters, directly over a tennis court in the Urakami Valley. The blast unleashed energy equivalent to 21,000 tons of TNT, roughly 30% stronger than Hiroshima. Within a radius of 1.5 kilometers from the hypocenter, factories and homes were obliterated, and northern Nagasaki was flattened. Yet because Nagasaki was surrounded by hills and ridges, the destruction was confined largely to the Urakami Valley, rather than spreading across the whole city as in Hiroshima. The downtown commercial district and port farther away were shielded and suffered less damage. The bomb also missed its intended aiming point, the city's central bridge, by about 3 kilometers. Ironically, it instead exploded almost directly above the Mitsubishi torpedo factory, the very plant that had built the weapons used in the Pearl Harbor attack of 1941. In seconds, the factory and other military-industrial facilities were annihilated. The Urakami Cathedral, then one of the largest Catholic churches in Asia, was leveled, and about 6,000 parishioners nearby perished instantly. The Boxcar crew had little time to observe the destruction. With fuel almost gone, Sweeney turned immediately toward Okinawa, the nearest Allied-held island, for an emergency landing. The bomber touched down at Yorktown airfield running on fumes. 2 engines shut down and nearly skidded off the runway. Unlike Enola Gay, which had been celebrated on its return to Tinian, Boxcar and its weary crew stepped off in silence, greeted by no fanfare. Only later did they realize how close they had come to disaster, mere minutes from being forced to ditch the bomb at sea or crash into the ocean. Meanwhile, Nagasaki was engulfed in catastrophe. Though its population was smaller than Hiroshima's, about 263,000 in 1945, the atomic bomb claimed an estimated 40,000 lives on August 9th alone. By the end of the year, the death toll rose to between 70,000 and 80,000, most of them civilians, including tens of thousands of Mitsubishi workers caught at their jobs that morning. Thanks to the hills around the city, some neighborhoods were shielded and spared complete annihilation. Still, within 1.6 kilometers of the hypocenter, nothing survived. Over half of Mitsubishi's facilities in Nagasaki, steelworks, arms plants, and shipyards were destroyed or heavily damaged. Unlike Hiroshima, where the fires merged into a massive firestorm, Nagasaki's narrow river valley and coastal winds dispersed the flames outward, confining them mainly to the riverfront. But another horror followed. About 20 minutes after the blast, black rain laced with radioactive soot, began to fall, lasting for hours and poisoning many survivors who had initially escaped death. All told, the 2 atomic bombings killed more than 200,000 Japanese by the end of 1945. Estimates range from 150,000 to 246,000. Roughly half died instantly. The rest succumbed to injuries, burns, and radiation sickness in the months that followed. Hiroshima and Nagasaki, once thriving cities, had been reduced to ashes, leaving behind only devastation and the haunting legacy of the first and only use of nuclear weapons in human history. A chain of devastating events. Hiroshima obliterated on August 6th, the Soviet assault on Manchuria at dawn on August 9th, and Nagasaki, reduced to ruins by noon that same day, pushed Japan to the brink of collapse. On the evening of August 9th, Emperor Hirohito attended an emergency meeting where the military faction still urged resistance, despite admitting the hopelessness of the war. Near midnight, he intervened directly, declaring acceptance of Allied surrender terms with one condition: the preservation of the imperial throne. On August 10th, Japan relayed this stance through Switzerland. The United States replied it would accept if the emperor remained only as a symbolic figure. Hirohito agreed, warning that further war would mean not only national destruction, but also the annihilation of civilization itself. On the night of August 14th, radical officers staged a coup to block the broadcast of the imperial rescript, but it quickly collapsed. At noon on August 15th, for the first time, the Japanese people heard their emperor's voice on the radio. He described the atomic bomb as a weapon of unprecedented cruelty and announced acceptance of the Potsdam Declaration. Though he never used the word surrender, the meaning was unmistakable. The war was over. On September 2nd, 1945, aboard the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay, Japan signed the instrument of surrender before the Allied powers. World War II had officially ended. And with irony, the sole condition Japan had pleaded for, preserving the emperor, was ultimately accepted, leaving a haunting question. Were the 2 atomic bombs truly necessary? Had that concession been granted earlier? The 2 atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki left behind humanitarian consequences unprecedented in human history. In just seconds, tens of thousands of lives were erased, most of them civilians, women, children, and the elderly who had never held a weapon. Around 70 to 80,000 people died instantly in Hiroshima and 40 to 50,000 in Nagasaki. Tens of thousands more struggled with burns, injuries, and both physical and mental suffering in the days that followed. Those who survived became hibakusha, bomb-affected people, carrying scars of fire and radiation on their bodies. The intense heat burned grotesque patterns into their skin, sometimes even imprinting kimono fabric designs. Many who initially seemed unharmed later collapsed with strange symptoms: hair falling out in clumps, bleeding, exhaustion, and sudden death. Doctors, with hospitals destroyed and medicine scarce, could do little more than watch their patients fade away, only later understanding it was acute radiation exposure. In the years that followed, radiation's shadow stretched on. Survivors faced high rates of leukemia, thyroid cancer, infertility, miscarriages, and birth defects. Entire families carried the weight of a so-called cursed generation, as children were born weak or deformed. Social stigma worsened the trauma, with hibakusha often shunned out of fear of contagion or genetic damage. Governments and international organizations later provided financial and medical support, but nothing could erase the wounds etched into bodies, families, and memory. Both cities had to rebuild from nothing. Hiroshima became a scorched plain, Nagasaki's Urakami Valley reduced to ash. Yet from the ruins they rose again. Hiroshima was rebuilt with a mission to become a city of peace, preserving the atomic dome as a permanent reminder. Nagasaki built the Atomic Bomb Museum and Peace Park on the very ground zero of Urakami. Each year, on August 6th and 9th, the bells ring at the exact time the bombs fell, and lanterns drift across rivers, carrying prayers for the souls lost. In the immediate aftermath, however, the truth of Hiroshima and Nagasaki was tightly controlled. The U.S. occupation censored reports, confiscated photos and films, and sealed them for years. Foreign journalists were restricted. Only a few, like Australian reporter Wilfred Burchett, managed to expose the world to what he called the atomic plague. At first, U.S. officials denied radiation effects, even publishing articles insisting the bomb left no lasting consequences. But reality was undeniable. Burned children, charred corpses, entire districts wiped clean. By 1946, the U.S. military itself released film of the devastation, a grim warning to any nation tempted to test America's resolve. These images shocked the conscience of the world. As Albert Camus wrote just 2 days after Hiroshima, our mechanical civilization has reached its highest level of barbarism. Humanity must now choose collective suicide or intelligent use of science. This is not a call, but a demand. From Hiroshima's ashes, a global movement for peace and nuclear disarmament took root. The mayors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki later founded the Mayors for Peace Network, joining hundreds of cities worldwide in pledging never again. Yet the debate over the bomb has never ceased. Critics argue it was unnecessary. Japan was already defeated, seeking peace if only the emperor's throne were preserved. The 1946 U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey concluded Japan likely would have surrendered before year's end without atomic bombs, without Soviet entry, and without invasion. Generals like Eisenhower, MacArthur, and Nimitz opposed the bomb, calling it militarily pointless. Supporters counter that the bomb saved millions by ending the war immediately, preventing a bloody invasion of Japan. They argue that only the twin shocks of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, combined with the Soviet attack, forced the emperor to overrule hardliners and accept surrender. The moral weight of the decision remains one of the fiercest debates in modern history. No matter the perspective, Hiroshima and Nagasaki stand as a shared human warning. They showed that nuclear war equals absolute annihilation. To this day, they remain the only cities ever attacked with atomic bombs, and their memory has helped deter their use since. Post-war Japan was transformed, renouncing war in its 1947 constitution, pledging never to possess nuclear weapons, and becoming a global voice for disarmament. Yet scars endure, in the hibakusha, in national memory, in the haunting stories passed to later generations. Today, Hiroshima and Nagasaki are not only thriving cities but living symbols of peace. Tourists stand beneath the atomic dome at sunset or hear the story of Sadako folding 1,000 paper cranes for a wish of healing. In Nagasaki, the broken-winged angel statue in the Atomic Bomb Museum reminds visitors of what was lost in a single moment. On Memorial Days, lanterns float along the Motoyasu River, lights gliding like prayers for the dead and for a future free of bombs. As Albert Einstein once said, the atomic bomb has changed everything except our way of thinking. Nuclear power remains a double-edged sword, capable of lighting cities or erasing civilizations in an instant. And so, the ultimate legacy of Hiroshima and Nagasaki is this eternal command: choose peace over war, dialogue over destruction, so that the tragedy of 1945 will never be repeated. From Midway to Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the Pacific War did not end in a single moment, but through a process of gradual attrition. What began as a conflict fought across the open ocean became an irreversible chain of advances, where each victory carried not only tactical value, but steadily reduced the space in which the enemy could continue to exist. Bases were shattered, defensive lines were broken, and layer after layer of resistance collapsed. As the war moved closer, it did not remain confined to the battlefield, but spread into cities, then rose into the sky, expanding the scale of destruction in ways never seen before. In the end, what remained was not simply victory or defeat, but the consequence of that entire process. A war that had reached its limit and was forced to end in a way the world had never experienced. What followed did not just bring a conflict to a close, but marked the beginning of a new era, one in which the nature of war and the cost of it had been changed forever.